Ready? 7:30. Okay, it's 7:30. Are we ready? We want to start promptly. We have a lot of business to take care of tonight, and hopefully we are not here until the wee hours. Laurie, this is a continuation of the Historic Preservation Commission meeting begun March the 12th, continued on April 9th, May 6th, and now we're at May 28th. Laurie, would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Janet Foster.
Here.
Mary Ellen Lennon.
Here.
David Luber.
Here.
Christopher Donald.
Here.
Karen Dicey.
Here.
Attorney Jonathan Tester.
Present here.
And let's see, Carmine Toto.
Here.
John Sullivan.
Here.
Jill Rhodes.
Here.
And John Forte.
We have a quorum, so we will continue. Mary Ellen?
In compliance with the Open Public Meetings Act, adequate notice of this meeting of the Commission was provided by transmitting a copy of the meeting notice to the Madison Eagle and Morris County Daily Record, posting a copy on the bulletin board at the main entrance of Borough Hall, and filing a copy with the Office of the Clerk, all on May 7th, 2019. And copies of the notice were made available to members of the public.
Okay, thank you. So I believe we are in order. And Mr. Testa? No, we don't do that.
Just wanted to remind everyone of the rules and the procedure that's going to be applied to these hearings. They were previously provided to you at the beginning of each and every other meeting, and I'm going to reiterate them now to you as well. First, I want to stress to the Commission's authority set forth in the municipal land use law in conjunction with the borough's ordinances. Pursuant to 112-6A of the borough's code, a certificate of historic review is required to be issued by the Commission before any permit is issued or before work can commence for activities such as demolition of any building or structure, additions to or new construction of a principal or accessory building or structure, or a change in the exterior appearance of any building or structure within the district. Upon conclusions of the meeting and the hearings in this matter, the attorneys for the applicant and the objectors are invited to supply the Commission with closing statements in writing as to their legal and factual position on the matter. The applicant and an objector shall provide these closing statements to me by June 3rd, 2019. Those submittals will be limited to 5 pages in length, 12-point font, Times New Roman or Courier New. Once all relevant materials are provided and considered by the HPC, they will render its decision, which may contain advice and recommendations for the applicant in regard to the appropriateness of the proposed action, and may also include mandatory conditions in accordance with the applicable ordinances. Second, the burden is on the applicant to show that demolition would be appropriate, and that the design of the structure or any proposed new construction of the structure is appropriate and in accordance with whatever requirements that the Commission would have for conditions that would apply for adaptive reuse of portions of the building or for design elements to be incorporated. Third, the ordinance provides the criteria and the requirements that apply to an application of this site. The criteria is set forth at length at Code 112-7 through 112-8 and 112-4B of the borough's ordinances, as well as the Secretary of the Interior's standards for rehabilitation of historic buildings. The applicant has already presented certain expert witnesses and testimony. The HPC has retained consultants on the issue of structural integrity and the historic features and characteristics of the property that the Commission may require be filed by the applicant. For purposes of today's hearings, the applicant will again make an opening statement through counsel to provide context. From there, the objector's attorney, Save Madison Theater, will cross-examine the applicant's design professional. There will then be a follow-up questions by the HPC members and the HPC's experts consultants, followed by a redirect examination by the applicant's attorney if necessary. Thereafter, the objector has indicated to us via correspondence sent earlier today that they have 3 witnesses to call to testify. The first being, or the order we're not aware of at this point in time, but it's my understanding would be the professional engineer would go first?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, followed by the historic preservation expert?
Yes.
And then Ms. Kolakowski as last? Okay. The procedure will be the same as it was in the past for each witness. Direct examination by Save Madison Theater's attorney, cross-examination by the applicant's attorney if necessary, questions by the HPC members and expert consultants, and questions by the public, followed by redirect examination by the applicant's attorney. Followed by redirect examination by the objective attorney in this situation. I do want to stress, though, that out of courtesy and respect for each other, the applicant and the members of the commission, we ask, when it's your time to ask a question, state your name and address. Whenever you ask a question, please do not talk over one another, and allow the witnesses to respond to your questions before asking any follow-up questions. We ask that the questions from the public be limited to 3 minutes per person. Your questions not be repetitive, and no comments should be made during the time allotted for questioning. There is a time for public comment. It's going to be at the end of today's meeting where you'll be allowed to make public comments as the application and express your opinions or what you would like the commission to consider. During the public comment portion, we again ask that you respect each other and the members of the commission. We ask that you limit your public comments to 3 minutes as well so that everyone is given the opportunity to speak. The hearing will proceed with an absolute close tonight at 11:30. No testimony will be continued after 10:30 or only as appropriate under the circumstances. Lastly, please note the HPC will deliberate in public and render a decision on the application at the next regularly scheduled meeting of Tuesday, January 11th.
June.
June. Wow. Way off.
It has
June 11th at 7:30 p.m. I believe it's going to be at the same location, correct?
I believe we would have it here, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Opening remarks, just to provide comments. Mr. Wolfson, if any?
Good evening, Peter Wolfson from Dave Pitney, continuing for the applicant. I'd just like to address the proposal that Mr. Testa laid out, and that is that we not conclude the hearing tonight and not get a decision tonight. We had specific discussions with the Save the Theater's attorney. Due to her travel schedule, she's been unable to make the last 2 hearings, and she was retained before that time. And we specifically accommodated by way of yet another extension in the deadline for a decision by this body to accommodate her travel schedule. And that discussion anticipated that we would conclude tonight. So in terms of the proposal that we not do that tonight, I'll have to talk to my client about that as we go further into tonight.
Thank you.
Okay. And I agree with Mr. Testa that where we left it was that Jeff Gertler had been cross-examined by the public, and the public cross-examination was closed, and then there was to be cross-examination by Save the Theater's attorney. However, subsequent to the last meeting, we received Mr. Testa's letter of May 21, in which he made a request that 2 of the exhibits that we presented in prior testimony be revised. And so Mr. Gertler, solely for the purpose of responding to that request, has done that and will speak very briefly to those revised slides. We would ask that any questioning of Mr. Gertler be strictly limited to that, and that there be significant time constraints in light of the history of the hearing, the deal that was made in terms of how we got to tonight, and the request that we received on May 21 for these revised exhibits. So if that pleases the commission, I would call Jeff Gertler to present those revised exhibits.
Thank you, yes.
Thank you. Good evening again. Good to see you. So the information that I have this evening addresses specifically the letter prepared by Mr. Testa. And what I'll do is that there are 3 examples or 3 pieces of information that we've put together to respond to the 3 questions that have been asked. And if I could refer to page 1, Mr. Testa, the 3rd paragraph down, which says, to address concerns about the mass and scale of the building, the applicant should provide specific height comparisons for all facades showing how the height of the new building compares with the existing theater. So I'll just address that first. This is actually an older slide that we had, but I thought it would be good to take a look at that first. The older slide shows, if you can see, the existing theater, which, let me just point to that with my pointer, is this building over here.
Labeled site, right?
I'm sorry?
It's labeled site.
It's labeled site, that's correct. And it shows that the height of the top of the roof is at 42 feet 2 inches, and that's from Lincoln Place. And from the back of the site, the height of the building is 54 feet 2 inches. So to compare that to the new building that we've designed, what we're showing is the existing volume is in this bluish tone, and the added volume in section is the orange tone, and actually what we've subtracted is the yellow tone. So this shows the 44 feet, which says the new height of the roof of our building compared to 42 feet 2 of the existing building, a 1 foot 10 addition to the height. Of course, in the back, there's also the same 1 foot 10 additional portion. And then the other piece that we wanted to bring your attention to is in the front, where the existing slab on top of the second floor is at 26 foot 8, and ours is at 34 feet. So we're about 7 foot 4 inches above the second floor slab to our third floor slab. Next slide. This shows in the, is this too loud this way, or this is good? Okay. Just looking at the elevation of the building, what we're looking at is basically slab to slab heights or floor to floor heights. So our building is at 14 feet for the first floor, an additional 10 feet to the second floor, 10 feet to the third floor, and 10 more feet to 44 feet to the fourth floor. The existing building, you can see the slab, actually, this is the top of the second floor, is at 26 feet 8 inches, and then there's a parapet above that. And I think what I want to bring to your attention in comparison of the building is that, so here's the top of the building behind its parapet, which is at 42.2. This is our building at 44 feet, 1 foot 10 inches, and likewise, the parapet is above that. So we're maintaining just 1 foot 10 inches above the existing building. Our building is wider only in that, as we talked last time, there's a gable roof behind it on both sides of this parapet. And we're just extending out these pieces on the right and on the left-hand sides. The other thing I want to bring your attention to is on page 2 of Mr. Testa's report. It states, the rendering from Waverly Place raised the view well above eye level and moved the view so that the post office cupola blocked the highest part of the proposed new building. Please lower the view to eye level approximately 5 foot 1 inches above ground and depict the view from the sidewalk at the corner of Waverly Place on the railroad side of the street. So this is actually an image that we had probably well over a year ago, and I just wanted to show that actually it hasn't changed. That one slide that you had talked about, which we presented some time ago, was from a higher elevation, but from our original images, it hasn't changed. So the parapet height of our new building is still at 36 feet 5 inches at this point, which just happens to be about 2 feet 8 inches above the parapet height of 4 Lincoln Place. So this relationship hasn't changed from a very old image. So if we can go to the next image. So the request was, can we please do a rendering, create a rendering that shows the new building in the viewport from Waverly Place, close to obviously where the parked cars are, to the right. We inserted our proposed building inside of the view down Lincoln Place from Waverly, and still trying to show that this relationship, and now on the next slide I just want to show something. So we inserted basically the same lines we had before, and we're still really showing that the height of the parapet of 4 Lincoln Place at 33.8 feet is only about a foot, I think 8 inches below the 2 feet 8 inches below the 36.5 feet of the new parapet of the new building. So that relationship has not changed. The only thing that's different is that our viewport went from a slightly higher viewport, which was from a Google Maps camera angle, from our revised camera angle, which is about 5 feet off the ground, and a little bit further to the right or south along Lincoln Place. So there's really no change to this drawing. The last question that came up in Mr. Testa's report was, The rendering from Lincoln Place looking west/northwest appears to have vertically stretched the existing building at 4 Lincoln Place, as evident in the appearance of windows in the side elevation in the rendering. This does not appear to provide the appropriate comparisons between it, the post office, and the potential new building. Please correct this view so the height of the existing building is accurately depicted, and again, from an eye-level point of view, viewpoint. So, in fact, we found from the renderer that I think he had misinterpreted the kink in the road along Lincoln Place. And so this was the original rendering that we had, and you can see the relationship between, I think this was a question, between the top of the post office gabled roof and the top of 4 Lincoln Place. And what we had done was to, in going back and revisiting and trying to stand in the same place as a renderer would have stood, showing our next rendering, is now this, the distance between the two is more accurately depicted between the two, and the relationship between 4 Lincoln Place and 3 Lincoln Place is now accurate. What we also added, because we had the renderer neglected to do something else, we realized, and that was he didn't go beyond the end of Lincoln Place. He stopped at Lincoln Place and didn't capture what's on Waverly Place. So we included 17 Waverly Place in the rendering because that's exactly what you see. And what this does demonstrate further is that it's not the only tall building in this viewport. So besides the train station and 4 Lincoln Place, there's also 17 Waverly Place in addition to the proposed 14 Lincoln Place. So those are the changes addressing the letter that you wrote to us, Mr. Testa.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next.
At this point in time, Ms. Donato, you'd like to cross-examine Mr. Gertler.
Thank you, Mr. Testa.
And Michelle Donato, on behalf of Save Madison Theater, Inc., I would like to thank the applicant for extending the time due to my travel schedule, and I'd also like to thank the Commission for the same. We recognize that this is a very important matter involving the historic character of Madison, and that care and caution will prevail. So let me understand that you revised the renderings that you previously submitted. You testified previously that that was the height, and then you revised the drawings to change the height of the buildings that you were comparing to the new construction. Is that correct?
Well, to be clear, the height of the buildings never changed. The dimensions that are on the other drawings never changed. It's only the image on this particular rendering was off by a few feet.
So it was the rendering that you used to show the relative height of the new construction versus what existed in the district.
Correct.
That you changed. So your previous renderings were in error. They didn't accurately depict the height of the existing structures.
Well, not renderings. It was a single rendering. It was just one building
rendering
on the rendering. That's
so
correct.
that one rendering was inaccurate.
One building on one rendering was. That's correct.
Okay, now, is the rendering that you presented this evening, is it drawn to scale?
When you say to scale, so let's understand what renderings are, okay? They're not drawn to a scale like 1/4 inch or 1/8 inch. They're drawn to relative proportions. So I think if you're asking, are the buildings in relative proportion correct to themselves, the answer is yes.
Well, what I want to know, Mr. Gertler, is whether or not the height of the proposed building is accurately compared to the height of existing structures.
Yes, it is.
So the previous rendering was not accurate, and you're saying that this rendering is accurate.
In relation to 4 Lincoln Place, correct?
Okay, and are you sure that 4 Lincoln Place is not lower than what you're showing on that photograph?
Yes.
On that rendering?
Yes, correct.
You didn't misrepresent it this time?
No, we did not.
Okay.
I'd like to object to the characterization as a misrepresentation. He explained exactly what happened with the renderer.
Well, when a rendering is prepared, an architect or the designer can take some artistic license. Is that right?
The architect does not take artistic license, and a renderer might, but the architect does not take artistic license in it.
So who prepared the rendering that you relied on the
There's
last
a
time?
professional rendering service that did that for us.
And did anyone from your office direct them in any way?
Yes, we all had some participation in that.
Okay. And that previous rendering did indicate that it was not to scale. Isn't that correct?
Not that it was not to scale. Again, one building was shown a little higher than it should have been.
Didn't it have a notation on the rendering that said NTZ or NTS, I'm sorry?
Not to scale.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I had said, is that renderings are not to scale.
Well, renderings can be to scale.
I don't think that's the case, actually.
So you're allowed to just depict something so that you could make one building look bigger and one building look smaller? Is that the whole idea of a rendering?
No, I'll explain why. Because if you were to measure the height of the building from here to that point, or from this point to this point, you'll get two different dimensions. So it's not to scale. When you say to scale, you could put a scale to it, and it would say exactly 20 feet or 30 feet. A rendering, because it's in perspective, it has no scale to it. That's the point to it.
Now, you have reviewed the reports of John Hatch, the architectural consultant to the commission, have you not?
Yes.
And with respect to his March 9th report, do you agree with his statement that the sides and rear of the existing building appear quite massive because the site drops drastically?
I don't know.
You do not agree with him?
No, I don't.
Okay. And so then you would not agree that the sides and rear of the proposed building might appear to be massive?
That's correct.
And isn't it true that Mr. Hatch described the existing building as being in fair overall condition?
If that's what the report says, it's not in front of me, but
Now, in the May 6th testimony that you presented, you showed a number of revisions to various design elements of the proposed building. Do any of these revisions change the size of the building?
well, one I can think of is that we changed the height of the parapet on the fourth floor. We raised it to make the windows appear to be smaller because we made the windows smaller in the front.
Did you reduce the size of the building in any way?
No, the building was not reduced in size.
And did you reduce the mass of the building?
I'm not sure what you mean by the mass versus the size, but the size of the building in its height and width and depth did not change.
Okay. So you did architectural details, but you did not respond to any of the comments raised by board members as well as by Mr. Hatch regarding scale and mass.
No, we did not change the size of the building. We responded to many other issues. If you probably saw the report and saw the changes in the renderings.
Okay. So do you disagree with Mr. Hatch that the proposed building is larger than the existing building?
No, it is larger than the existing building in some ways, yes.
And you agree that the existing building is 2 stories?
The existing building is not 2 stories. I don't know how you would measure that. From the front, it's 2 stories, but in the back, it's 42 feet 4 inches high. So I'm not quite sure how you get 2 stories out of that.
The question was not height, Mr. Gertler. The question was stories.
Well, it's a 2-story building in the front.
Okay, 2-story building in the front. And what will it be in the front if this is proposed, the new construction that is proposed?
It would be a 3-story building in the front.
And it'll be a 4-story building in the back, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So Could you please put up the one slide that you have that you showed the front of the building and compared to the existing building? Exactly, thank you. So you're referring to the height of the proposed new building and comparing it to the height of the parapet wall. Isn't that correct, that white parapet wall?
Of the existing building?
Yes.
Comparing it more to the top of the roof of the existing building, and I mentioned that the parapet goes above the roof. Like many parapets go above the roof.
Okay. Now, what is the width of the highest part of that white parapet on that?
I never measured that.
Okay, so you have any idea what the width of that is?
Honestly, I'm just taking a guess. I didn't stand up on a ladder to measure that for obvious reasons.
So the
10
mass...
feet, maybe? I don't
10
know.
feet?
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't know.
And the mass of the new building extends all the way to the outer walls of the building. So you're filling in all of that space within the red dashed lines?
Well, the fourth floor is set back on all four sides from the third floor.
Okay, but on the first floor, you're just doing the first set of dashed lines, and the larger portion of the building is going to be filled in entirely. It's one huge double-decker rectangle building, right?
I don't know the term double-decker in architecture. Maybe you could help me with
Well,
that.
what do you want to call it, Mr. Gertler?
It's a four-story building.
Excuse me?
It's a four-story building.
It's a four-story building.
That's right.
So you're filling in all of the space that's shown on that exhibit becomes part of the mass of the proposed new structure. Am I right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated in your testimony that you're covering more of the fourth floor with the increased parapet in the front. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
How much of that fourth floor are you covering with the increased height of the parapet?
Well, the parapet went from about 6 inches to about 2 feet, I think.
So you're saying that you're covering 1.5 feet of the portion of the parapet wall that covers the four-story building.
That's correct.
Do you know how much that is?
Well, that would be 1 foot 6 inches difference between the 2 feet and the 1
But
and the 6
only
inches.
for that portion of the parapet.
It's the entire, both sides of the building. The longest two sides of the building are along the sides, of course. So we'll be covering the majority of the building.
Now, do you have a bulkhead or some type of structure on the top of the roof?
Like buildings that have stairways and elevators, they would be above that. That's right.
Okay. Do you have that depicted in anything that you can present to us?
I don't have that. It hasn't been designed yet.
So how high will that structure on the roof be?
Well, it's typically another story above that because it's mandated by code to have stairs on top of the building, to go to the top of the building. So if you have that, your bulkhead is at least 8 feet, let's say. Probably 9 feet.
8 feet in height?
Probably 9 feet, probably.
8 feet in height, in
Additional.
addition to what you're showing on these exhibits?
Yes, and that would be in the center of the building where you'd have your stairs, so you're not even seeing them. From this
Well,
view, you can see them.
I think some of your renderings show a structure on the roof that's visible from Lincoln Place. I have a reduced copy of a document that was submitted to this commission, and a view of southwest corner, if I may, shows the
Right, so
structure up there.
Let's have some record here.
That's the view of the southwest corner. It's your rendering, for the record, Mr. Wilson.
Well, since you haven't laid a foundation for it, I thought maybe with clarity of record, we could talk about what it is. So this is entitled Exterior Views, and this is prepared by Jeff, your firm.
Mhm.
And has a date of 4/4/2019. Consists of 4 depictions of the proposed building, correct?
Yes, and it's the southwest corner to which I'm referring, where
Which
you
is
can see,
numbered 3 of the
Yes.
4 numbered
which is what I
depictions.
stated.
So you're talking about this little piece that's sticking above here?
Well, I
Is
don't
that
know if
one?
it's a little piece. I don't know what it is. I'm asking you. You
Well,
prepared the
I
plans.
think it looks like it's a little piece on the drawing.
It extends to,
Isn't it?
it extends to the height of 59 feet, does it not, Mr. Gertler?
I'm not sure if that one does or not.
You designed this building. You don't know how high that is? You don't have a
So,
plan
understand
showing that?
The building is, at this point, schematically designed. There's no engineering done to it, but it is in good rough approximation.
I'm going to show you this part of the same exhibit, which I took from the documents that you submitted here. Looking at page 3 of that same exhibit, there is the first photograph that says South Elevation, Lincoln Place.
Right, so on
Gray
this...
tower type structure on the top of the roof. Is that the same?
Right,
That
so-
the same structure we're referring to?
Yes, so let's just, so this was dated, again, this was about a year ago. And at that point, we hadn't designed an elevator yet for the building. So we put in the worst-case scenario for it. But we've decided that we'll put in a elevator pit in the bottom with a machine room in the bottom. We won't need this entirely high piece. So this drawing is outdated.
So you're not going to have any structure. I'm sorry, Mr. Testa, yes.
Members are having trouble following along with the exact documentation you're showing.
The document-
Can you show me what you were referencing?
So that's on the third, yes.
Third page of the April 4th renderings from Mr. Gertler's firm.
Yes.
I did.
Catch it.
So we're on page 3 of the full-size plans that you have, and the document that I have is, well, there's actually, I think it's page 1 here. There may be several different versions showing this structure that's up on the roof. And as I read it, if I'm not incorrect, Mr. Gertler, it's extending up to the height of 59 feet. Are you saying that this is not what is being presented for approval?
Well, this is a year ago, but you have to understand also that ADA compliance mandates an elevator goes to the roof. So the building department allows certain appurtenances or objects such as it could be elevator bulkheads, stair bulkheads, chimneys, vents, could all be above a roof height. And the reason for that is because certain mechanical systems have to be certain distances above a roof height. Certain stairs have to meet ADA compliance to the roof. Certain elevators have to meet ADA compliance. So we don't have a choice, and the building department understands that. So in the codes, they don't in any way mandate that you can't go above the height that the actual mandated piece of equipment or stair or elevator has to be.
Okay, that was not my question, Mr. Gertler. My question to you, number 1, and I'd like to have clarity on this. Will you have an elevator shaft or a shaft for stairwell on top of the roof of the building that you have not depicted on the documents that you're showing to the board, to the commission this evening about what the height of the building will be? I understand that there may be something in the code. You have a variance to allow an additional story, do you not? This is a 4-story building in a zone that permits a 3-story building. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And on top of the 4-story building, these plans show a structure being erected. Are you saying that structure is not going to be there, or it is going to be there? Please be clear.
The structure to accommodate ADA compliance will be there.
Okay, and so then, even though you said these are revised plans, they're outdated plans, okay, how high will the elevator bulkhead structure be on the top of the roof?
I can't tell you how high the elevator will be. I'll tell you that the stair bulkhead will be approximately 8 or 9 feet.
8 or 9 feet above the height of the 4-story, above the roof.
Absolutely. It has to be that, according to Building Department Code and ADA registry, it has to do
Okay.
that.
Well, it may have to be there, but it doesn't have to be on the top of a 4-story building, does it, Mr. Gertler?
It has to
the
be on the-
4-story. It has to be on top of a building that requires an elevator or a stairwell, but it doesn't have to be on the top of a 4-story building.
I don't understand the question. It has to be on top of a building. All 4-story buildings would have to have it on top of a 4-story building.
Does a 3-story building have to have it?
Yes.
So if you had a 3-story conforming building, the height of that bulkhead would be above the 3rd floor roof. Am I correct?
That's right.
Okay. And so you understand that this is an application in a historic district? And that the visual compatibility of the structure is what this commission is required to review under the existing ordinance?
I understand that.
So you haven't shown them this particular bulkhead. Does it extend
Yes, it has
across the
been.
length of the? You've shown it, but not in your presentations.
I'm
It's
sorry,
only
I
on
have
these
shown that.
plans. Okay.
Can I answer the question?
There is no question pending. I don't think your attorney
You
can
can allow
ask
the
you.
witness to clarify.
I do take offense that you made an accusation. You don't let me respond. Because in all of my elevations, it shows that. In the renderings, depending on where you're standing, you don't see things like that. So I have shown that on every single plan and every single elevation that we've presented to the board.
You haven't shown it in these large exhibits that you've presented, have you?
We're talking about the building as the way it's defined in the Madison Building Code. It measures building heights to the top of the roof.
Mr. Gertler, that's not my question. I know that you are allowed to have height above the building under zoning. This is historic preservation. This is visual compatibility. Okay, that's my question. I'm not trying to get into the ADA and the code. I'm just getting into, this is a historic district, and you are proposing new construction in a historic district. So if we stick to that, it'll make it easier, I think. Now, in all of your discussions in comparing the proposed height of the new building to the height of the existing building, you have not addressed the comments made by Mr. Hatch and several members of this commission that these are roofs that are sloped. They're not solid roofs all the way up to the top. They're not just big rectangular buildings. So how can you reduce the mass of the building to comport with what is something similar to what's there now?
Well, let's look at 4 Lincoln Place down the street. Does that have a roof that is as you're describing? Or does the building next door to it, even Romanelli's, though it's a 1-story building? If you look in downtown Madison, you'll see the majority of roofs are flat roofs. So we're doing something that, in fact, reflects the vast majority of downtown Madison. The movie theater is the only building with that size of gabled roof, and it's an enormous gabled roof that it has. So we are following what is the norm of downtown Madison Historic District.
But you're not following what is the design, layout, and perspective of Lincoln Place with the theater as it is built. You're making a building that doesn't look like doesn't have the scale and mass of the existing theater.
We're not designing another movie theater, so I don't know why you would ask me the question, why are we not designing another movie theater that looks like the old movie theater? That's not the application right now.
I'm not asking you why it would look like another movie theater. I'm talking about the scale and massing of the building, Mr. Gertler.
But again, we're not designing that building again in its same form. We're designing a building that is both contextual and fits with the Madison building codes in terms of height and setbacks, et cetera.
I'd like to understand something with regard to a statement that you made that the ordinance that governs the land use ordinance that governs the building height in this district, you were a member of the planning board, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you were a member of the planning board, you believed that the planning board intended in its recommendations on the ordinance that it would be a 4-story building in this district, and that it was a typographical error, that it was limited to 3?
I believe there was an error somewhere because at 45 feet, there's no buildings that I know of that are 45 feet that are 3 stories that would have retail on the ground floor, which is encouraged in Madison, and the balance of 30 feet to have 2 15-story residential floors. That was not, I don't think, in the intention of when we decided 45 feet would be the maximum height.
So you weren't the governing body that adopted the ordinance? That's your opinion about what it should be, because the height would accommodate an additional story.
Right.
Did you take into account the fact that there may have been an intention that the stories would be higher as they were traditionally in older times, that the floor-to-ceiling heights were higher than we currently have under construction code standards?
Right. So if I could digress for a moment then.
No, I have questions. If you want to
Shall I
digress, you
answer
can
it?
digress when Mr. Wilson asks.
Okay, so I'll answer it directly then, okay? So I personally pushed for a 45-foot high street wall in downtown Madison when 60 feet was on the table. And when I proposed the 45 feet, I instructed my office to build models to show what 45-foot high buildings were up and down Main Street that showed a 4-story building. So I know personally what the intention was.
Okay, well, the intention is expressed in the ordinance that was adopted, ordinance number 7-2008, is it not? Your intention
Those
and what
numbers
the
I don't
council
know.
intended are 2 different things. You don't presume to know what the governing body of this community did, do you? Doesn't it say establishing a maximum building height of 3 stories and 45 feet in the CBD1 and CBD2 zones? That's what it says, does it not, in ordinance 7-2008?
That's what it says. That's
Right.
correct.
And isn't it that it reflects the established pattern of buildings, which is considered to be predominantly of 2 or more stories, but less than 4 stories? Statement of purpose. There's no typographical error or change of purpose here. You just disagree with it, don't you?
No, I don't disagree, because I was there at the moment when we were discussing this.
That the planning board was discussing it. The governing body adopts the ordinance, does it not?
Yes, it does.
And doesn't it very clearly state in this ordinance that it would be less than 4 stories, and the prevailing pattern is 2 or more?
It does.
It does, thank you.
And it would not be the first time that a law was changed after the fact.
Well, this law, in effect, that I just read to you is the ordinance that's on the books
That's
in
what-
this
I understand.
community, and not your opinion, but this is this community's ordinance. So a 3-story building is what's permitted here, isn't that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. So, there was some discussion at the last meeting as to the percentage of the increased size of this building versus the size of the existing building, and someone threw out a 30% figure, and I think you said you didn't agree. Do you have any idea what is the increased size of this building compared to the existing theater building?
I'm not sure if we have those numbers or not. Do we still have those numbers handy? I thought we might have looked at those. But actually, if you look at the front elevation that we showed, you could probably make some assumption out of it. But I guess I'm still in a quandary as to why we keep on comparing the existing building as if we have to design the new building in relation to the size of the old building.
Because you're requesting a significant variance to allow an additional story, that's why.
Can
So
you
now
just clarify that the jurisdiction of this body has nothing to do with variances that have been sought and applied for at the planning board, and in fact, ultimate jurisdiction over those variances lies with the planning board?
That is correct, Mr. Wolfson.
I don't disagree, but this board has the ultimate jurisdiction to determine the visual compatibility of new construction in a historic district. And in that respect, when a variance is being sought, this commission's authority is much broader because it can look at what is allowed by existing and recognize that what is being proposed is significantly higher than what the zone permits. There should be a relative harmony between the zoning, the land use, and the historic preservation.
We appreciate the comments, Ms. Donato. There's been quite lengthy questioning about the interpretation of a land use board ordinance, not an ordinance that's pending before this commission. I think there was a discussion about the intent of that ordinance being 4 stories versus 3 stories, and that was pretty lengthy as well. And that's not what's before this board, this commission right now. Now, the visual compatibility factors that you're referencing to are understood, and they are before this board or this commission. So, with respect to Mr. Wolfson's objection, it's heard and sustained. I think that you can move on with the question.
Well, Mr. Testa, I'd just like to state that I respectfully disagree in that the Commission really has more than one role here, and it was stated in the initial discussions that you launched in trying to get some concession to allow public comment and professional testimony on this application. And it was everything that is being requested is before the Commission at this time. So therefore, there is not only a certificate of historic review for demolition, a certificate of historic review for new construction, and a report on the variance application, because they are separate functions, and they're all being combined into one. And I certainly don't think that it's a good idea to combine them into one, and I've stated that in letters previously, but that is the case right now. So everything is there, and that includes the right of this commission to render its comments on the variance application itself.
I disagree. Their comments have nothing to do with the variance application. Their comments can go to massing and size of the building.
So there is a provision of the...
That's been the position, from what I have understood, of the this entire time. And it's been
the planning board
multiple
has
times.
not referred the development application to the commission?
It has. It is under review from the Land Use Planning Board, but it's to the specific aspects of the proposed demolition as well as any potential new designs.
Well, I have previously indicated that I think there is an unfortunate procedural misunderstanding of significance that is taking place in these proceedings, and that is because there are 2 separate and distinct fonts of power, one of which is the purely advisory function of this commission with respect to applications for development. The second is this commission's authority with respect to certificates of historic review, which are under a different
hold on. And I
function.
So at this point in time, you're cross-examining the.
I understand that.
You can control the record for the appeal later on today. Okay. For right now, it's the question of Mr. Gertler.
I understand that, Mr. Testa, but if I'm being told that I can't question him on the issue of the variance, then I think there's some kind of shell game taking place on the part of the applicant. Is the variance request referred to this board under it's section 110 of the MLUL, which is when you are dealing with applications for development being referred for your review, for the commission's review. Then you have the certificates of historic review. They're separate and distinct functions. So I'll proceed with my cross-examination. Okay, is it you who stated that Lincoln Place is a tired-looking street? Or was that someone else? You said that. Okay. Okay, then I'm not going to ask you. Thank you. Okay, I have no further questions. Shall I call my witness? You want to redirect first?
Did anyone here on any of the members have any questions for Mr. Gertler?
Yes, I'd like to briefly ask a question. So, in reviewing the renderings, Jeff, that you guys reworked, the view from the end of Lincoln Place looking towards Waverly, the number 4 Waverly Waverly Place, Lincoln Place, still has windows that are considerably taller in that rendering, then a number of us went to the site and stood at precisely that location, and we can see those windows at number 4 are not that tall. So that building is still stretched. Something is out of proportion for the building, at least from our field trip. So I just offer that as a comment.
Do you have a question?
Well, okay.
Not okay.
Are the windows taller? I mean, do you believe that building is correct?
I do.
Okay, then my comment regarding our field observation is for your information.
Okay, any other comments from the board? I have one further question for Mr. Gertler. All along, for a couple months, we've talked about how the theater building is a part of the historic district, but is not a key building. The post office is a key building, and so protection of that and that view is very important to me, at least, as one of the architectural signature buildings of our district. And my question, if we go to the rendering that was given to us in paper form, I think one that Ms. Donato pointed out to us, and one that I think was referenced a little bit in our letter. So it shows, this is on page 3, number 3, view from Waverly Place looking east. And it shows the post office cupola, yep, on the rendering, on the drawing that I have, that is very neatly directly in front of whatever head house or elevator head house would be. And I'm just wondering, and so there is a thing behind it, which I believe the way the cupola overlaps the head house. And my question to you is, do you have any other sense that that would be a momentary view that would happen, I'm quite sure, as one goes down Lincoln Place? What other experience of that head house might one have if one is going down Lincoln Place? Will it, as you follow the curve, will it swing into view? Will it fall out of view? Do you have any visual guidance on how that's going to present on Lincoln Place?
Yes, I do. As you know with renderings, as you move, the relationship between two objects change. So you could stand in one location and maybe see what you're seeing. If you move to the left, it changes. If you move to the right, it changes. So if you moved the bulkhead to the right, and you also moved your location where you're standing for the perspective, it would have the same issue. So you have to understand that in any one place, there's going to be something behind it. But if you move 2 feet to the right or 2 feet to the left, it changes. So all I can say is that when you're walking down Lincoln Place, it's a long block. You'll have a varied amount of experience walking down the block. At one moment, you'll see it behind it, I presume.
Okay. If I were coming off the train, would I see it? Possibly.
Do you mean if you were standing directly in front of the post office?
If I'm up on the platform,
right,
and I'm getting off the train at 6:20, right, and I happen to glance that direction, it would be my eye level, if I'm thinking of the height of the train platform correctly.
Right. Is your question, will you see the cupola in relation to the
Well,
bulkhead?
no.
Or just when you see the
Will I see,
bulkhead?
will I see the bulkhead?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, right now, you see the roof of the...
Yes. You see the parapet.
You see the parapet, and you see the entire roof of the theater.
Right.
So
Okay.
it's the same view. It hasn't changed, right? Largely, it hasn't changed. But the difference is that what you see now is, well, we have a very bland front of the gabled roof behind it. You see the roof, the tar roof of the second floor, and then you see the tired roof of the big gabled roof. That's what you see from the train station now. Well, what you'll see now is a finished building in brick that will have a much different view than the roof of the theater right now. So I think the view will be greatly enhanced.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Other questions from our commission? Mr. Hatch, do you have any questions? All right. No?
Mr. Donato, would you like to call your first witness?
Okay. I see.
Yes, I'd like to call Mr. William Colleen, please. Would you like to have the witness sworn? And I'm just going to introduce him. I'm going to present his CV, and I must apologize because I ended up only getting one copy of it, but I will show it first to Mr. Wilson and then introduce it to the board, and then I'll let him present his evidence. Yes. So you want to have the witness sworn first?
Yes. Do we have the proper, do we have the call? Mr. Keelan, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Mr. Colleen, would you please give us your name and address?
Sure. It's William Killeen. It's Killeen. I'm a resident here in town at 29 Hillcrest Road.
And what is your occupation?
Occupation is engineer. I've been a bridge engineer for just over 40 years.
And do you specialize in structural engineering, even though New Jersey does not apparently have such a category?
I do. I specialize. I'm licensed as a civil engineer, but I've specialized for 40 years as a structural engineer.
Okay. And I'm going to show you this document that you sent to me. Is this your biography?
Yes, it is, yeah. Because I created it, so it's mine.
Okay. So I'd like to have this marked, please. Do you want me to make this as an O exhibit?
Yeah, that'd be fine. 01?
Yeah, speak into the mic.
Oh, I'll do that. Sure.
He's going to ask you questions on your qualifications.
So, okay.
I'd like to just see if there are any questions on his qualifications as a professional engineer.
Once it be circulated, we'll take a look at that.
I understand.
Based on my quick review of the biography that they've entered into evidence, I see no evidence of relevant expertise or experience. It's solely related to bridge structures with really no reference at all to the subject at hand, which is the structure of this building. I do note he's a resident of Madison.
Mr. Colleen, as an engineer who specializes in bridges, is there anything relevant in your experience in that regard to the testimony which you will be presenting to the board with regard to the condition of the theater building?
Yes. Being a structural engineer for bridges is absolutely similar to being a structural engineer for a building. I disagree with the
Would you
attorney.
please speak into the mic?
I thought I was. Sorry.
There we go. Thank you.
So I was just saying I disagree completely with the attorney. I've had 40-plus years of structural engineering. A structure is a structure is a structure. Whether it's a building, whether it's a bridge, if anything, bridges are far more complex than a simple building.
Tornado warning, according to my phone, until 9 p.m. Take shelter now. Tornado warning? I think we're in a pretty sturdy building, so I'm going to...
Engineer.
Well, we'll ask the engineer, that's right. How sturdy is the Hartley Dodge?
I'm sure you're good.
Run to the theater.
Actually, felt my phone vibrate. What is
Just take a recess for 1 moment, please. Come on, discussion.
Yeah.
Cow.
I thought I did something wrong.
Mr. Killeen,
Sir,
you've been a licensed engineer in the state of New Jersey for how long?
1987.
1987. And have you testified before court?
No, I have not. I'm not a professional witness. So.
Okay. Is this your first time appearing before a board or commission of this type?
Except for my own personal reasons for waivers on houses and stuff, yes.
And your license has always been in good standing, is that correct?
It has been.
Okay.
You can look that up.
I find that he meets the minimum qualifications to provide an opinion as an expert. The weight and credibility of that opinion is a different determination.
Can I just ask a couple more questions?
Sure.
Are you a member? Have you signed a petition, or do you support Save the Theater organization?
I'm not a member of it, and I have not actually signed the petition.
Do you have a position on the demolition of this building from a policy perspective, not from a structural perspective?
On a beliefs perspective, yes, I do. I think the building should remain.
Other than on a structural basis?
No, I'm just saying I think the building should remain, but I can comment on the structural integrity of that building as commented on by Thornton and also the McManus Group.
So the concerns that you have, Mr. Wolfson, would you agree when they go to the weight and credibility of the witness rather than his qualifications to testify?
If that's the determination of the commission, I would ask a couple more questions. Have you ever designed a building?
Yes, I have been involved in the design of building.
What building?
Residential buildings.
Never a commercial?
Never a commercial.
Steel frame?
Yes, steel frames I have.
For residences?
In residences, yes, I have. But I'm also very well versed in steel frames and bridges and in support structures that hold up bridges.
Well, we continue our objection. If the commission is going to hear from him, it certainly would say that there's no evidence that it deserves any weight at all.
Your objection is duly noted. I think the commission's willing to allow you to listen to your testimony right now, and the issues as to your opinion and conclusions will go to the weight and credibility. Thank you.
I'm going to have Mr. Killeen just present his evidence, his testimony to you. We have very constrained time period, so it will be more efficient.
Okay, well, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk to you this evening. Structural engineering has been a major part of my life for well over 40 years. Yes, I have focused on bridges, but as I said about 5 minutes ago, structures are extremely similar, whether they're a bridge or a building, a residence, whatever. They're highly similar. I'm a resident here of Madison for 32 years. I've been licensed as an engineer since 1987. I studied at NJIT, did it all at night. My actual time in engineering is over 45 years. So as far as the history with this Historic Preservation Committee, I have only been to the March meeting that you had back, and it was across the street over at the Presbyterian Church. It was at that March meeting that I was given a copy of the McManus report, and I did take the time to read it that evening. It was about 3 or 4 weeks later, early April, when I was given a copy of the Tomasetti report. So I have not toured the theater. I am aware that we've requested if we could tour the theater, and we were not allowed to have access to the theater. And I want to just say I'm going to just focus on the two reports, the structural reports, because I have nothing else really to go by at this time. I think what I'd like to do is start with the conclusion and then just kind of work through the details of that were presented by Tomasetti and also by McManus. And my conclusion was just looking at the building. The building is stable. The building is safe. It does not need, as the McManus report said, exterior structural additional support to make this building safe in any way. The theater uses terracotta as one of its main structural components. This happens to be of interest to me just because back between 2012 and 2015, I worked with a man by the name of Mike Schnoring, and we renovated a historic home in Cape May, and it ended up that that home happened to be terracotta block. If there's one thing I could tell you, I've heard so much about the cracks of this building, reading the reports and listening to the gentleman speak. When we did the residence, I could say wherever you could look, there were cracks. It's the nature of terracotta. It does crack. And it's a matter of just maintaining the terracotta. Terracotta, I just want to give a brief history. You know, it was widely used between 1880 and 1930 until alternative methods of construction came about. And some of the more notable buildings around that use terracotta are such as the Wrigley Building in Chicago, Woolworth Building in New York, the Flatiron Building, and the Plaza in New York. I know terracotta has very good fire resistance capabilities, and at least in some applications, that's why it was used. So, you know, here the terracotta is the structural material, and really, whatever support that the brick may add to the building in composite nature is probably minimal at best. The brick is more of a facade, it's more of a finish. As I was mentioning a moment ago, repairing the terracotta is more of a maintenance issue, just as if you're changing the oil in your car or you're putting new tires on your car. You need to maintain terracotta. It will crack over time. So looking at the roof comments that were in one of the reports, one of the things that I know I've been unclear of, they've been concerned about the permanent set in the rafters and that there might be a structure that's not adequate up there. And I'm not clear if there's more than one roof on the building. Maybe you do know, Mr. Gertler, whether there's one or two or three roofs up there. The roofing trusses, I just wanted to say they are not under-designed, as I saw in the McManus report. You cannot apply today's standards to a 100-year-old truss. This is something I've learned over the years in bridge design, working with bridges that could be anywhere from 20 years old to 100 years old. You have to look at the time that the structure was designed. So the trusses, to me, they're obviously showing no distress. At least the report seems to indicate that. An idea that could be utilized if it was desired to lighten the load on those trusses is, I understand there's 2 ceilings, it looks like. I was looking at a set of plans from 1981, and it appears there's 2 ceilings hanging off of the roofing structure. So we could work on removing one of those ceilings. Let's see, I'm just trying to look at my notes right now. To add some more capacity, because as you lighten the loads, you can add more capacity for snow loads or other things that might be there. The issue that the roof rafters are showing permanent set, this is something that we've commonly worked with, at least in my field of work, because in bridges we're often looking for permanent set to give us an indication of the bridge's behavior. And permanent set is not an indication of failure. Permanent set is just letting us know that the structure has creeped in more ways than we might have thought. But this, I think it was mostly due to the rafters upstairs where the permanent set had been, I'm trying to think of the word right now, but where the permanent set has been observed. So there are varied ways that you can work with permanent set. It actually is safe to let it be if you want. It may not be functionally the best thing for you, because if there is a dip in the stringers up there, that maybe it could retain water and that could create problems. Another idea is to sister the rafters. If you'd like to do that, that's something that I've done on one Victorian home, also down at Cape May, that did have a permanent set issue. And the other is just simply replace those rafters, since they're just sitting, from what the photos look like, they're sitting on top of the trusses. The movie house is, as we know, almost a century old. Settlement of footings, they do occur, and those footings, that settlement is due to a creep, and as those footings shift, cracks can form. So the cracks that at least I've witnessed externally, looking at the building, I do not see these cracks presenting any imminent danger, as I think has been said in the reports. And I actually believe, directly because of my experience with terracotta, that all of the cracks can be repaired and secured. The brickwork, I did not visually from street level observe any delaminating of the bricks separating from the buildings. And I know there was a concern that we were not sure how the bricks were attached to the underlaying surface of the terracotta. The experience that I have with terracotta is that the surface of the terracotta is waffled to give greater surface area for the adhesion of the mud layer or mortar layer. And then in this case, the brick would then be set into it. So typically, any kind of a steel strap that might hold the brick to the terracotta would not have been used, I would say, back in the 1920s here when this building was constructed. Where there's a wall separation, I actually have encountered this problem both in the residence that I talked about and elsewhere. And the remedy that we utilized for the wall separation was actually just filling the terracotta blocks with the necessary mortar and tie rods. And what we did was we just arrested further separation of the walls from each other. It does not pull the wall back into position. It just prevents it from going further.
Respectfully, I think it's totally irrelevant, his experience at some residential job where he worked on...
it is not. It is not. Why don't you just sit back and let me...
The objection is a legitimate concern. Let me ask you this, Mr. Keelan. You indicated you've had experience on several different renovation projects for... Was it historical houses?
Yes.
Residents? And those are in Cape May?
Yes.
Okay. And in your capacity, what did you do?
In my capacity, I owned them.
You own the historic properties?
Right,
okay.
Exactly.
Did you prepare?
And the only reason I'm bringing it up is because it's directly related to this building.
Understood. And in the renovation aspects of it, was there a concern with the structural integrity of those properties?
There were some concerns. But as I looked at it and analyzed it, I realized that the concerns were not present.
Okay. And you looked at them and analyzed them in your capacity as a professional engineer, is that correct?
Yes, but for myself.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Going back to the footings, it's very common for footings to settle in the first 3 to 4 decades of their life. And I would say we see this all the time with bridges. And I would say that this building has probably not experienced any severe settlement for at least a half a century now, in the last 50 years. The foundation walls, I understand there's some spalling. I'm not sure why this was made to be a large issue in one of the reports, but spalling is a very minor, superficial problem for the concrete. If it's desired to repair the cracks in the footing, I know in bridge construction, our footings and stem walls off of those footings, they're simply utilizing epoxy adhesives to fill the cracks and to take care of the stability of the concrete. I really believe that destructive probing is not needed, as was indicated in one of the reports. I see the footings are safe. If the footings were unsafe, I would say to you that the building must be presently moving, and if there is a real concern for that, it's quite simple to just put some sort of gauges or surveyor markers on the side of the building and observe it. Watch it for 60 days and see, is there any movement occurring to the structure. The lintels, someone brought up a concern about the lintels over the windows. This was an issue that I didn't see as an issue because the lintels themselves do not carry very much load. So you can remove whatever lintels you think need to be removed and clean up and fix whatever lintels you can reutilize. I saw comments about the lolly columns, and I noted from the 1983 or 81 drawings, the lolly columns are actually a fairly young addition to the building. They were introduced when the building was taken from a single theater to a triplex theater. As far as the support features of that, the lolly columns have not caused any shearing of the floor or the foundation based on the reports that were given. Therefore, I do not really see any issue whatsoever with the lolly columns. For the crawl space beams, there seemed to be concern that there was one beam shown in, I think, the McManus report that it was not being supported on one of the existing piers. I'm not sure if it's a concrete pier or if it's a block pier, but it says an existing pier. In the background, I know I can see that it's being supported by a lolly column, and I'm not really quite clear whether that beam was ever supported by the existing pier that is inside that building. But I could say, looking at the photograph that they provide, that the existing stringer that's there looks to be in quite good condition. And as far as the permanent set that's in that particular steel beam that they show, the permanent set could very well have been there since the day the renovations were done. So, I don't know what to really say except that the permanent set does not impose any danger. It's just that it happens to be there. Let's see, the slab on grade. There seem to be concerns that the slab on grade was heaved significantly, and that would be something that would be quite easy to just break up and remove and replace if that were chosen to do so. The ceiling joists that are discussed as being deteriorated, I feel that those need to be opened up more to be able to take a better look at them. But one thing I've learned over the years in structural engineering is that structures between the 20s and the 50s typically, because of the mode of designs that we had, the way we would design, typically those structures are over-designed, whatever it may be, whether it's a beam, an abutment, a pier, whatever, they're over-designed because of the more simplistic approach taken to the design at that time. So it could very well be, even if one of the ceiling joist or a floor joist does have deterioration, it may still have enough residual strength that it would not present any problems. There was a note about seismic design. This is something that I've done quite a lot of. Most likely this building was not designed for seismic loadings, or analyzed, I should say, for seismic loadings. So I would expect, though, that because this building has many load paths within it, that even in a moderate seismic event, you would just experience cracking of some kind in the building. Wind loads were brought up as a concern. I'm not even sure why. The building may have a large surface area, but it's certainly not going to be the critical path on the design. And then I just would finish with a couple things. I agree the building needs help. There's no doubt about it. It's been terribly neglected. But just talking to older structures, again, to elaborate a little bit more, older structures do have a lot of extra residual strength within them. And this is because what I was just touching on a moment ago is when a designer looked at just an element of a building or a bridge, whatever it might be, the building in this case, they would design that element as if it were not supported by anything else or being assisted by anything else. And when you do that, you end up having to design a larger element, a larger component. And what in reality is happening is that component is actually being assisted by the adjacent walls and other things that reduce its stress levels. So I just wanted to put that last comment in, that this building is in no imminent danger of any structural collapse of some kind. It can function just fine as it is. As far as adaptive, I leave that to Mr. Gertler to work out if that were ever a chosen path. But the structure itself, I personally feel it's got some problems, but they can all be remedied. So I'll leave it at that then. Thank you.
Thank you. A couple questions. When were you retained by the Save the Theater group?
We started talking at that March meeting.
Okay, why were you attending the March meeting if you hadn't been retained at that point?
I was interested in it, in the theater.
And what was your interest in the theater?
I have a love for historic buildings, as you've probably been able to tell. So,
are you being paid for your work for the group?
No, I'm not.
Is terracotta a structural element of bridges?
You typically do not find it in bridges.
You seem to take exception to the 3 structural engineers who provided reports to the commission, 2 of whom testified. You disagree with all their conclusions?
I can't say I disagree with all of them, because I think I've already said that the building does need some help. But I do disagree with many of them.
And you read Mr. McManus's report, the commission's expert?
Yeah, I did, and I felt he was significantly off track.
You disagreed with his conclusions that said virtually all structural components that make up the structure in its current condition would require extensive rebuilding, reinforcement, or replacement. Many aspects of the current structure do not meet current building code requirements as to design loads, wind, etc. The issues with the exterior bearing walls would have to be addressed by introducing remedial structure systems, such as a network of steel columns and beams to replace or supplement structural capacity of the current site.
About 80% of what you said I disagree with, yes. You had a comment in there about the codes, which was not what I was addressing. I was addressing the conclusions that the McManus report was arriving at.
Well, just to be clear, I just read the conclusions from the McManus report. Those were not my comments.
I know they weren't, but you had a portion in there about the code.
Mr. McManus had a portion in there about the code.
Right.
Okay. I have no other questions. Thanks.
questions from the commission?
Are there any questions?
Yes, I have a question, Mr. Clean. One of the conclusions in Mr. McManus's talks about the extensive work that would be needed for the movie theater, and you talked about that also in your description. Do you make an estimate about how much that would cost?
I don't have the estimate. I don't know if you wanted to share something on that later.
That would be the burden of the applicant to be able to establish what the costs were. We don't have that information.
But you're the ones that are making a claim that the building is not that bad and it can be rehabilitated. But all the reports, and I think even including your own, a conclusion is that it needs extensive work.
I wasn't using the word extensive. I was saying that it does need work.
Yes.
The building. So I do not have the dollars for you.
Okay, my other question was, your home in Cape May is what year?
It was started in 1919 and finished in 1922.
Okay, and is it all terracotta?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And how big is it?
Three stories tall, about 4,600 square feet.
Okay, thank you.
Dave?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. Mr. McManus said that you made the comment that buildings of this era are typically over-designed. And so do you disagree with Mr. McManus' statement that the roof structure, trusses, joist, et cetera, as a whole is under-designed based on current building codes?
Based on current building codes, that may be accurate. That's why I commented and said you cannot utilize current building codes. You have to look at how it was designed originally. Now, we can simply do some testing if you'd like, because I do this in bridges, and we apply gauges and we can figure out how stressed the steel is. So, I'm just putting that out there for you.
If the building were reoccupied or restored, would it then have to meet current building code?
You probably could tell me about that better than I can.
I'm not an expert. I do know that when I made changes to my house, I had to bring it up to building codes. I'm asking you.
Yeah, but there are probably many aspects that you didn't have to bring up to code. What I would say to you is, if on the roof structure, there are ways that you can lighten it, and that would bring it up to code.
Okay. You made a comment that the brick was not structurally significant with respect to the building. According to Mr. McManus, the steel trusses are actually supported by the piers that are of solid brick.
Okay. Yeah. I was referring to the brick that's on the outside of the terracotta.
Okay. So you acknowledge that the brick on the piers, which according to Mr.
That would be structural, yes.
Okay. And Mr. McManus indicates that there are cracks in several of the piers. Now, would they have to be repaired?
I haven't seen the cracks myself. The cracks that I was made aware of were the ones in the walls. That seems to be what actually does appear in the reports that I reviewed.
I'm reading from McManus. The piers are constructed of solid brick with terracotta backup. There are some horizontal cracks through several piers on the east elevation.
Okay, so I would say yes, we repair those.
Do you disagree with Mr. McManus's conclusion that the brick facade would require steel tiebacks to stabilize the brick facade and reattach it to the structure?
Where I am right now, yes, I do. I disagree with that. I actually see the brick is not delaminating from the building. I do see that some of the brick has severe, impressions in it. Those bricks would have to be removed and replaced.
Okay, and I think counsel for the applicant read to you the part about network of steel columns and beams to replace or supplement, and you don't believe that's required?
No. You're talking about the beams in the crawl space? Is that what you said?
The issues with the exterior bearing walls would have to be addressed by introducing a remedial structure system, such as a network of steel columns and beams to replace or supplement.
I don't see that being necessary.
Any other comments from the commission? Questions, I should say. Questions. Chris?
So let's talk about bridges for a minute. In your experience with bridges, you've probably done restoration work on bridges.
Yeah.
So similar to a building, what do you do when you find an older bridge that needs to be brought up to code, if that is an issue with bridge construction?
Well, I would say to you what has been done often over the years is bridges are made lighter typically. You repair what the problem is, and then you make the bridge lighter so that it can handle the greater highway loads that we have traveling these days across the country.
Are you familiar with the New York Armory renovation in New York City that was recently done?
I'm not familiar with that, no.
Well, in that case, the very large trusses...
Well, excuse me, if the witness is not familiar with the instance you're trying to ask him about, then I respectfully request that you not try to give him facts or opinion relevant to it and then ask him his opinion. He's not familiar with the instance at all. He said that.
Okay, so I'll ask a general question, since you don't like specific.
And I renew my objection relative to the relevance of bridge renovations and bringing bridges up to code to what's at hand before the commission tonight.
I understand. I'll just comment and say bridges are, again, more complex than a building, so thank you.
If you don't have a question?
Well, I did, but we'll pass on that one.
Thank you.
Is it your experience with structural work that you can do it incrementally, that you do not need to completely restore all the elements of a structure that you're working on? It can be done staged and over time.
Absolutely. It can be done in stages.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission?
Any other questions? Mr. Hatch, do you have any questions on our behalf? No?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Colleen.
Thank you so much.
May I suggest a 5-minute break?
Let's take a 5-minute recess.
Everybody check your weather app.
May I had one or two questions on redirect.
Oh, sorry.
Nope.
Mr. Colleen, the report that was issued by this John McManus, is Mr. McManus an engineer?
Not that I'm familiar with.
I have no further questions.
Okay. All right, 5-minute break. By my watch, that means 9:08. We're back here. Thank you.
Yeah, I put a layer on it. This case.
Okay, where are we? All right, we're going to reconvene. Thank you for the break. Everybody rested and ready. And are you ready to proceed, Mr.
Yes, I am. I'd like to present Nancy Zerby. Nancy is a historic preservation professional. And I have shown her CV to Mr. Wilson, and I'd like to have her sworn in, please.
Any objection to someone being sworn in as an expert?
Having her sworn in?
Stipulate.
Well, she's sworn in first, and then they can decide whether she's an expert.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Pardon?
You'll need to speak into that.
Okay. There we go. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Zerbe, what is your occupation?
We take no exception to her being accepted as an expert in the area of historical architecture.
Okay, I would just like her to just briefly overview your qualifications as a historic preservation professional.
Okay. Can you hear me okay? I have a bachelor's degree in history and a master's degree in Columbia from historic preservation. That was exactly 39 years ago this month, and since then I've worked full-time in the field of historic preservation. Roughly 13 years of that was at the State Historic Preservation Office. 8 of those were as the administrator of the office and the governor appointed Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer. And the other years I've been a consultant with my own business.
Where's your office located, Ms.?
It's located in Metuchen.
So to expedite matters, I'm just going to ask you to please present your testimony to the board with respect to the question of whether or not the commission should issue a certificate of historic review to permit demolition, and also with respect to the certificate of historic review for new construction. And I have her CV, and it's been marked as O2.
Okay, thank you.
Objection to Ms.
Should I proceed?
Zerbe's, I'm sorry, I want to make sure I pronounce your last name correct. Z-E-R-B-E. Zerbe's qualifications, accept her as an expert in historic preservation.
We have no objection.
Thank you.
Okay. In many ways, the 2 questions that Michelle asked of me are what I have done as a professional in the field. It really boils down to identifying an older building or an older resource and saying, is it significant and why? And that goes to the heart of the question of demolition. And then there's the issue of looking at projects. Very often it's public projects in my consulting business. Looking at projects to determine the effect on the historic property. In terms of, I've only been involved about a month in this, so I have not been to the previous meetings. However, as I'm sure everyone knows, the videos are available online. So I did listen to the videos from the 2 most recent meetings, the May 6th and the April 9th. I also reviewed, of course, the National Register nomination for the Historic District, looked at your design guidelines, and on May 16th had a site visit, but only looked at the exterior of the building. In terms of the reports read, I mean, my major focus were the 2 things that were most relevant to my discipline were I did listen to Mr. Kornfeld's testimony and also read John Hatch's report, the one that was updated through April 29th. In terms of significance, one of my impressions as a professional is that the building is being undervalued. The building does contribute to the significance of the historic district. That's clearly identified in the nomination. I've heard some statement that it contributes, but it's not significant. Under the state and federal system, the very definition of a contributing resource is that it's significant. So by virtue of contributing, it's a significant resource. And there's also the fact that, and there was a question about the timing of the, if the district were nominated now, would the building be considered contributing? And I believe it was at the last meeting that Mr. Hatch said, yes, it would be. And well, the fact that the changes to the first floor were made prior to the nomination. And I think that's an important point. So that eligibility, again, makes the building significant. Under state and federal, gives it protection from during any review process. Also makes it eligible for any benefits in terms of tax credits or grants. I also think it's important to distinguish between different reasons for significance. I've heard a lot about architectural significance, but as you know, the criteria, and your criteria very much, as many communities have modeled after the state and national, that criteria talks about a resource having potential historic significance as well as architectural. And I think this building is so important in terms of its historic significance. I received from the State Preservation Office a draft historic context that they put together in some material when they were looking to make evaluations for historic theaters, especially small movie theaters. And in some of that information, it just helps you understand how important movie theaters were in our history. In 1910, there were 10,000 movie theaters in the U.S. They also said that in 1930, 100 million Americans went to the movies each week. Now, my husband, the engineer, good with numbers, brought up the fact about the population in 1930. We looked up and it was 123.7. So either just about everybody was going, or I'm not sure people got counted twice, but the statistics I got from the state are 1930, 100 million Americans. That was an important part of our culture at that time.
Excuse me, can I just ask a question? Do you have a copy of the materials you're referring to?
I don't have it with me, but I can provide that.
And what is the name of the?
It was historic context for theaters from the New Jersey Historic Preservation Office.
And do you know the date of it?
I'm not sure the date of it. I mean, it's a fairly informal document, but it's in a form that it could be provided.
Well, without the opportunity to review it and to not know the date of the report, I think that the commission should consider the weight that they accord to that testimony.
If I can say, prior testimony, she was talking about the National Register nomination, which is available and
Absolutely.
has been circulated.
No objection.
So maybe
she's referring to some unknown state document, and I just...
If you back up and pick up from there, we'll be fine.
And I think the witness more than adequately described what the document contained.
Okay, going back to this theater, as I said, I've been involved a month, but in that time I have looked at the online newspapers for the Madison Eagle, just to get a sense of how often the theater was mentioned. I mean, it comes across that it was quite active. They talked in terms of having regular movie showings. They had up to 3 movies a day. They had a matinee. They had movies in the evenings. Of course, they had the live organ, special program. The Elks used it. The Girl Scouts used it as a fundraiser. And these are just random newspaper articles that I found. And just to put it somewhat in context, and I do have a copy of that newspaper article, there is the construction of this started in 1924, and perhaps something that meant a lot to me, or said a lot in terms of helping us understand how important it was that a movie theater was at that time, is I found a 1924 article in the Madison Eagle that basically talked about, almost with a certain degree of surprise, that an American, looking for it here, I have it somewhere, that an American inventor was saying that in 20 years there would be television. So we have to take ourselves out of the current thinking that we had television and we just went to movie theaters to supplement. And they went on to say that imagine in 20 years we can come to a theater and see live events. Well, they were so far removed from having television, they didn't even realize that it wasn't going to need coming to a theater to turn on the television. And I think you have to think of that in terms of how important that was to your community and all communities that had movie theaters and people attended on a regular basis. In terms of architectural significance, the criteria both at your municipal level and also at the state and national really run the gamut from talking about high style, but also the what's in the state and national, it's representative example. In your criteria, it's embodiment of the distinctive characteristics of a type. And I have felt somewhat that the building is being undervalued again because it's not high style, but it is representative of a type of small-town movie theaters. It does embody the distinctive characteristics of a type. So I think it's important to, when you talk about architectural significance, to remember it doesn't have to be high style to be significant. Architectural significance can be because it's representative or embodies distinctive characteristics. I'd also like to address the issue of its location within the historic district. I don't disagree with John's statement, Mr. Hatch's statement, that if you're at the edge of the district, perhaps it's not as horrible as losing something in the middle of a beautiful row. But this is not totally at the edge. You also, it's at the edge from at the north, I'm sorry, to the east. There's no other property. But it's at a very prominent location, as many people have mentioned, in terms of its relationship to the train station. And one of your criteria for eligibility in your ordinance addresses something that I think is worth the commission considering, and that's unique location or singular physical characteristics that make a district or site an established or familiar visual feature. And I think that's very applicable here in terms of that people getting off the train and seeing this movie theater, going to the movie theater. It is, in my opinion, a familiar visual feature. In terms of the effect of the new construction, I do agree with Mr. Hatch's statement at a previous meeting that demolition of a building, significant building within a historic district, is typically the most drastic and damaging step you can make. And I think it's something that the commission needs to give serious consideration to. Factors to consider are your ordinance talks in terms of Secretary of Interior standards, that every reasonable effort should be made to find a compatible use. It also, looking at the demolition criteria in your ordinance, it talks in terms of the historic, architectural, cultural, and aesthetic significance in relation to the criteria, which I discussed previously. There's also a demolition criteria talking about the importance to the municipality and the extent to which its historic or architectural value is such that it would be detrimental to the public interest. Now again, this is not a fabulous building architecturally, but I think it's really important historically, and I do believe that its demolition would constitute a detriment to the public interest. There's also ordinance demolition criteria, the fifth one, dealing with the extent to which the building's retention would increase property values, promote business, attract tourists, encourage study and interest in American history, educate citizens in American culture. And granted, I am not reading all parts of it. I'm highlighting the ones that I think are applicable to retention of this building. I mean, I realize you could play that both ways, but I think that this building preserved and reused would do a lot to attract people and to encourage study and interest in American history. Finally, in terms of I won't read there are visible compatibility features, standards, and guidelines in your attachment to your ordinance, your historic district guidelines, that deal with factors I think are so important. One is the height. There is a difference in terms of of the overall height, but also the impression with the existing building having the recessed step gable. And there's also the concern, as has been discussed tonight, with the bulkhead and the height of that and how that would have a visual effect. And the overall mass of the building. I think it's really important that the commission have a clear sense of the comparison between the two, the existing and the new. I know that obviously the existing would be gone if you have the new building, but it's going to make a huge difference in terms of the visual impact on the historic district. And I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Nancy.
And now, Ms. Irby, you saw the existing appearance of the theater building and its stepped roof and the parapets. In your opinion, is the proposed building adding mass to that appearance that currently exists?
I don't know the numbers on whether or not it's actually adding mass. It is my opinion, it gives the appearance of adding mass.
And is that because of the fact that the existing parapet roofs are stepped and they're not completely filling the voids as this proposed building will do?
Yes, that's a major factor.
And as evaluating visual compatibility, you have to look at all aspects of the building, do you not?
Yes.
So that bulkhead on the top of the building, that should be fully considered in terms of its impact.
It should definitely be considered, yes.
And renderings that are provided to show the relative height of the proposed building to the existing buildings in the district should be accurately scaled?
Well, there was some discussion earlier tonight about scaling or not. I would say they should be accurate.
So that you really know what the difference in height and bulk is.
Yes, yes.
So even if the commission were to rule in favor of demolition, in your opinion, is it necessary to be very careful in terms of what type of new construction is being built and its impact on the district?
Well, definitely, because you still are within the district. And especially you have not only the going from the post office and further west, but you also have the impact and the relationship with the train station.
You indicated that you had listened to the videos of past meetings of this commission. Did you hear any discussion at any point about any efforts being made to use this theater for its theater use?
I don't remember hearing any discussion of using it. I believe there was some reference to questioning the viability, but I don't remember hearing that anyone said they had done a study and seriously considered it.
And is that not, in fact, one of the leading design criteria that are set forth in this borough's ordinance?
Well, it's part of the ordinance under the Secretary of Interior standards, I think.
So every reasonable effort,
yes,
should be made to use this structure. How does it? Every reasonable effort shall be made to provide a compatible use for a property.
Yes.
Which requires minimal alteration.
Yes.
So that is kind of like a big threshold effort that should be made before a building is allowed to be demolished.
I would agree with that, yes.
And would you recommend to this commission that in the ordinance which allows them to impose mandatory conditions on a demolition, would you recommend that they require the applicant to make reasonable efforts to see if this building can be used as a theater?
That would be a reasonable request in light of the ordinance.
And you did have an opportunity to review Mr. Hatch's report. I think you stated that
yes.
already, right? And Mr. Hatch has expressed a grave concern that the building might be demolished and something would not be put in its place. So you'd have a front tooth pulled out of somebody's mouth, right? So do you agree with Mr. Hatch that there should be some carefully crafted condition if the commission were to allow the demolition to take place that would assure that the new construction would very promptly follow the demolition?
Yes, I mean, the review of the demolition should come hand in hand with the review and approval of the new.
Thank you. Okay. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the Preservation Commission of Ms. Zerbe? Yes.
In your experience, with renovations and rehabilitations, have you worked on buildings where the work has been staged over a long period of time, either while in use or partially in use? In other words, can we do a staged approach to bringing a building back to where we wish it to be?
Mm-hmm. And we certainly could. I mean, the Secretary of Interior standards talk about different treatments, and very often the first treatment is figuring out what's needed for stabilization. So it could be stabilized and then further work done.
Have you worked on projects where that has happened?
I'm not an architect, so not in that capacity. But I mean, projects that I've been involved in it as a preservationist, yes.
Are you familiar with the Lowe's Theater in Jersey City?
I was not part of that project, no.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I'd ask a question that when one has a building that is built for very specific use, i.e. a movie theater that is intended to have a public showing of movies, that is functionally a box with windows only on one side, the number of choices for adaptive reuse, which is a known preservation choice, become very slim, i.e. specific to the use that the building was created to house. If that use does not show economic vigor in that the movie theater that was there was struggling for a very long time, the theater had closed once and then was reopened and continued to struggle and is closed again, my takeaway from that is it's very hard to run a movie theater in that place and that location in the 21st century. If that is correct, is there a preservation strategy that one might use to preserve the the purpose-built building for another use? Do you have any experiences that would give us information on what you might do if you have a building built as a theater but do not have a lot of theater operators rushing to use it as a theater?
Well, I've not seen the inside of the building, so that puts me, I feel, somewhat at a disadvantage, but there certainly have been enough examples of buildings that have been renovated for another use that might almost seem like difficult to reuse. And the, I mean, my one experience is the church I was married in Ewing. I became involved with that when the professionals at that point said it could not be saved. And it is now, it was saved and reused, and it's a site for community theater and musical events managed by Preservation New Jersey. And there are many examples of churches, and churches certainly present one of the most challenging types of issues in terms of taking a space and reusing it. So I would equate it to that in terms of I think the most important thing is creativity and finding a new use.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, then we will...
Mr.
No? Oh, sorry. Mr. Hatch?
I just wanted to talk about contributing and significant in terms of a historic district. So I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing. So the theater is considered to be a contributing structure in the historic district, and then you said that means that it's significant.
To me it does, yes.
Okay, to you.
And I should say, since I was with the State Preservation Program, I mean, that's the way we ran the program, that if, for example, somebody wanted the investment tax credits, they would come in with, as you know, a Part 2 and have to say it contributes. If it's contributed, they're eligible for this tax credit. So
right. I guess the way I have always considered contributing versus significant, a contributing structure in the historic district contributes to the character of the historic district. A significant building is one that could be listed individually. It's kind of the little rule of thumb that I've used. Is that how you think about it?
Key contributing means it needs to meet the the eligibility standards to be individually listed. That's true. But buildings that contribute are still considered significant. And as I said, they because of that, the federal and state program allows them to get any benefits, tax credits, and grants. So to me, they're significant.
Okay, thanks.
Did you have a question?
I do.
Okay,
Just a couple.
Okay.
Hi. Just to pick up on Mr. Hatch's point, there are properties in this historic district that are designated as key contributors, correct?
That's correct.
And this is not one of them?
That's correct.
Okay. And then Ms. Donato was leading you down a series of questions having to do with whether your review of the record indicated any effort to continue or maintain a theater use, whether, I think the word she used, every reasonable effort was made which would require minimal alteration?
Well, yes, you heard the questions, yes.
So your review of the record did not indicate the rather extensive testimony of the circumstances of the closing of this theater by the operator at that time and the applicant's efforts or willingness to consider other operators to come in?
I did not hear that. And she was asking me what I heard. I've not been at all the meetings. I've not listened to every single hour of the testimony. I listened to a great deal of it.
Did your review of the record indicate that there's a 91-seat theater that's being proposed as the applicant continues to be open if there is a feasible operator to maintain it?
I am aware of that, yes. But of course, that would not be the historic theater. I mean, you can't really substitute. I mean, it's still a function. If it happens, it would still be a theater, but you've lost a historic resource.
Are economics of any concern in the area of historic preservation?
It's a factor, yes.
So this particular applicant has owned this property for a couple of years and has been in process in front of the commission and otherwise for approximately a year?
Is that a question?
Yes. Are you aware of that?
Well, I did listen to some of the video from December of 2017, so I can, yes, I guess I'm aware that it's been a year.
If the three structural experts who seem to agree that the property is significantly compromised and some called dilapidated, if you were to accept that the property should...
I'm going to object. This witness did not testify as to condition.
I'm phrasing a hypothetical question that goes to the area of her testimony.
The question also wasn't completed yet, I don't believe either, so I wanted to see where you were going to take us with
She did not
that.
testify as to the condition of the building.
I'm not asking her about the condition. I'm setting a hypothetical that will go to her conclusion. So, if the three structural experts who testified that the property is significantly compromised were correct, would the economics of the property owner be relevant to how that property owner sought to proceed with the redevelopment of the property?
First off, it's an assumption that they were correct. Is your assumption, and with economics, yes, economics, like when we reviewed projects at the state, economics is a factor.
Thank you.
Are you aware that there are hundreds of theaters all across the country being restored, old historic theaters being restored and used in more innovative new ways?
Well, my borough, Metuchen, just is in the process of acquiring our movie theater. Mm-hmm. And so, yes, I'm not an expert on movie theaters. I don't know how many are being restored, but I do know that there are significant efforts in that direction.
So the conclusion that this theater may not be a viable location for a theater may in fact be viable given the new culture that is evolving around smaller regional theaters.
It could be. You know, I have to say, in my experience at the state, I did regulatory review when there were public projects. I also, as the Deputy State Preservation Officer, had to sign off on public projects, and I heard many, many, many times the applicants tell us it can't be done until required to look a little bit further. And so I guess I would just raise the question of or encourage the commission to make sure that indeed it is a matter of it can't be done.
Just one more question, and I don't know the source of Mr. Kellogg's assertion of hundreds of theaters being saved across the country, but are you familiar with the testimony that's in the record that no group or individual has come forward with a concrete proposal to rehabilitate the theater, which everybody agrees would be an enormous expense, and to operate it?
I'm not aware of that. No.
Hi, Ms. Serby. Did you say you're working on a project like this in Metuchen?
Well, I'm not directly working, although I am chair of Metuchen's Historic Preservation Committee, but our borough, our government, is in the process of receiving a grant from our county, Middlesex County, and that grant will go towards acquiring the Forum Theater. It's roughly built around the same time. Although somebody in the last meeting did say it's not as attractive as yours, but I won't take issue there.
Okay. But you said the borough is doing this?
Yes. Yes.
And is the theater open or closed now?
It's still open. Not very active, but it is still open.
No more
Thank
questions.
You. No.
Is there any questions for Ms. Donato?
I have no further questions.
Okay.
Any questions from the public? Yes, this is what we're going to do for public questions. If you have any questions for Mr. Keelan as well, we're going to reserve those to the end, and we're going to conduct those after there's one more witness to be taken. Okay? Is that correct, Ms. Donato?
Yes, we have one more witness.
Why don't, unless I'm sorry again, I'm butchering your names here. Mr. Keelan, when are you going to be prepared to stay the rest of this meeting? Okay. And Ms. Zerby? You will? Great. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to call Sandy Colthouse.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the...
She needs to be sworn?
Yes.
Sworn in. Raise your right hand.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, now, Ms. Kolakowski, you're going to testify as a representative of Save Madison Theater, Inc. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you are a resident of Madison, is that correct?
Yes.
And how long have you lived in Madison?
I moved to Madison in 1992, I believe, but I grew up in Florham Park. So when you grow up in Florham Park, you grow up in Madison.
Okay. And so just identify to the board what your role is in the Save Hamilton Theater.
So Save Madison Theater, I'm the president. I'm the president of the board.
And were you involved in the creation of the nonprofit entity called Save Madison Theater, Inc.?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me how it is that it came about that the nonprofit organization was established?
Okay, going back to when the theater was purchased, you'll recall that there was a petition drive. We did a petition drive. Former Mayor Woody Kirkeslager and I launched a petition to try and talk to the borough about possibly making an offer to buy the theater as a to hold for the nonprofit groups in town to develop a plan for its use.
Okay, and can you just tell me, in the past, has this theater been used for anything other than showing motion pictures?
I think that it has a stage in it. Originally, it had a stage. When I was a child, it was really used for movies. That's my experience of it. But I have read that there was a stage also. And I think you can still see little bits of the stage in the front.
Okay. And did your organization attempt to make any overtures to the current owner of the property to see whether the property could be saved as a theater?
Well, the day after we handed in the petitions, I think that we had about 1,000 petitions, and we were told that a representative for Mr. Rinaldi came to Borough Hall and said they had no intention of selling the theater. I believe that Woody Kirkeslager phoned Mr. Rinaldi's attorney, Mr. Wolfson, but he did not receive any call back.
Okay, and did you see the building have any signs on it, offering it for rent or for use as a theater in any way?
No, I was actually told that it has not been actively marketed.
Okay. All right. So now, tell me again, who are the trustees of your organization?
I don't have the name.
No, you don't have to give me the name. Just give me generically.
Okay. So what happened was Mr. Kirkeslager and I kind of realized when the borough attorney actually told the borough that they did, because some of the members would be on planning board, et cetera, that they really couldn't. He told them that they should not discuss the matter with us. So that kind of shut down any discussion with the borough directly. So we decided that if the community's desire to maintain the theater as the centerpiece of our historic district would happen, those of us that started the petition would have to step forward and form a nonprofit, and that's what we did.
Okay. All right. And you provided me with the names and addresses of the trustees of the organization, isn't that correct?
That's right, and I think you submitted that.
Do you want to have that marked, Mr. Tester, the document that I provided today, or you just, doesn't need to be marked as far as I'm concerned?
I think the request was by Mr. Wolfson to have a listing of that. Is correct, right? Mr. Wolfson, you didn't want to have that marked into evidence. I
actually think both of us asked for that, but I had repeated that request. Yeah. And I received it today, along with a copy of comments.
Okay, and that set of names and addresses that you provided is true and accurate, and those are the many people who have stepped to the plate as part of this organization.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. So, with that stated, you may proceed forward.
So, as I said, we had collected 1,000 signatures. They came in really rapidly over about 2 weeks. Today, the signatures on the petition stand at well over 2,000. We've handed them in occasionally as they've come in, and we have over 400 comments. I don't know if any of you have had the opportunity to look at the comments from the community and how important both the history and the heritage is, but I think that's important. I have a prepared statement that I think I'd like to read so that this goes along a little bit more quickly. As I said, we started the nonprofit. We believe that saving the theater was the right thing to do based on the response from the community and the borough code that also assures us that in 195-24, continued use of historic sites through adaptive reuse should be encouraged. B, appropriate alterations of historic sites and improvements within the historic district shall be encouraged, while new construction, which is not in keeping with the character of the historic district and sites, shall be discouraged. And the properties falling within the historic district shall comply with the provisions of the Historic Preservation Code. We wondered if it was financially viable, though. So thanks to the generous support of Andy Breckman and Beth Landau, we were able early on to hire a researcher to see if there were financial models that were appropriate for reusing the theater. What that research showed us were examples of historic theaters in towns with similar populations, not just surviving, but thriving. I've brought copies of that survey that we have on our website. In case you haven't seen it, I'd like to hand it out to you. And I have handouts also sent by 2 of the theaters on the list. One of them is the one that Mr. Hatch included in his report. And although there has been some speculation at these hearings that our movie theater might be too large to be sustainable, both the county theater that Mr. Hatch talked about and the Colonial Theater are actually in the midst of very large capital campaigns to add seating capacity. They're adding on to their theaters. There's ample evidence that these community-focused nonprofit historic movie theaters have become primary ongoing community attractions, drawing thousands of people to their downtowns.
Now I'm going to stop you for one moment, and you refer to a nonprofit movie theater survey, and is this the document to which you referred?
That's right.
Okay. So I'd like to have this document marked as Exhibit 03.
Yeah, I'm going to object to the introduction of this report. The author's not here. I can't cross-examine. I haven't had a chance to review it. I think it's totally inappropriate.
The only thing I'd like to say is it's all publicly available information. That's how the research was done.
Okay, my objection stands, and to even get into this, I think, is totally inappropriate.
So why can't we do this? Ms. Donato, do you have a proffer to establish the foundation for this and reliability of the report?
Well, the witness identified this report through research, publicly available research. It is a survey about nonprofit theaters. I would think that the applicant, having purchased a nonprofit theater and having an ordinance which requires that every reasonable effort shall be made to preserve the use, would have availed themselves of these studies. This is something that it's a publicly available document. Formal rules of evidence do not apply in these proceedings. This is not a court of law. This is an informal procedure, and there have been many comments. I heard in reviewing the videos, Mr. Kellogg repeatedly referring for months to these various, I think he went to some kind of a seminar about using community theaters. So this is something that the applicant should have availed themselves up and made themselves aware of.
Hey, but we're not a theater here. Please don't applaud.
So the question I have for you, Ms. Donato, is, though, it indicates that the report was prepared by Cristina Fontanez Rodriguez, MLIS, correct? That's the entirety of this report? No, I'm not aware of this. This is the first time it's been provided to me, so I'm just trying to find out some information just generally about to make sure it is reliable.
So can you try to answer some questions?
I'll try the best.
Can I offer a suggestion? We can see that there are instances where downtown movie theaters have been resuscitated by nonprofit groups. The record in this instance is nobody's come forward, and I'll talk about the secondary slander that was advanced about my alleged failure to return a call to Woody. I'll talk about that in a minute. I'm making a legal argument. And so we'll stipulate that there are instances.
Stipulating that in the past, nonprofit entities have been able to allow theaters with historical significance to survive. Is that correct?
In certain circumstances, yes. But there were instances where there were concrete and available funds and somebody did something. In this instance, nobody's done anything in 2 years.
Mr. Donato,
I think, Mr. Testa, that is totally irrelevant to whether or not the survey is admissible.
Is this
survey
only documentation that you're going to be relying upon in opposition to this application?
I'm not sure that I understand your question, Mr. Testa. I'm sorry.
This document, you're relying on the witness's testimony, correct? Mm-hmm. And you're relying on a report of as to some, not for expert proofs, but for, I'm assuming, a lay witness or informative purposes, correct? This study showing examples of situations where nonprofits have been able to succeed with the continued use of historic theaters, correct?
Yes, yes.
And Mr. Wolfson has stipulated to that just now. So the need for this to be introduced as evidence without the person who prepared it being available is a concern to me. And I understand that, yes, the rules of evidence do not apply directly to a T, but when hearsay evidence has been utilized in a hearing that is of this nature, it cannot be the primary evidence that's to be relied upon.
Well, Mr. Testa, I think that there are more than several provisions of the exceptions. I think the hearsay rule has the largest number of exceptions of any rule. I'm not here to discuss in a trial context whether or not this would be an admissible piece of evidence. It is something that simply refers to a variety of theaters throughout the area that have been saved. I don't see where there's any difficulty in being able to say that this is a document that is a publicly available document and a report about how one can save all the theaters that have been saved. I didn't prepare the report, but there are many reports that get admitted, and they don't get subject to cross-examination. In fact, I think there are reports of some of the experts in this particular case that they didn't testify. You have Persimmon. I don't think they ever testified. So, I wasn't here when that happened, but, we're not applying formal rules of evidence in these proceedings. This is just to show that there are community theaters that have been successfully established.
Okay.
That's all.
Stipulate to it. I don't know who Christina Fontana's Rodriguez is. I don't know what MLIS means. I don't know when this was written. I don't know anything about this.
So it goes to the weight of the evidence. It doesn't go to whether or not it's going to be put up on a poster for the rest of its life. It's simply a document that indicates that there are community theaters that have been successfully operating, just like this one could.
So we'll accept it. We'll accept it as 03 with that information that provided for that limited purpose. Thank you.
Okay. These are the handouts from the theaters. There's a copy of each of the annual reports. This is just from two of the theaters that I've been recently talking. One of them was the woman that was here several meetings ago, but she left her documents here, so I'd just like to hand them out.
What is this? What county? County Theater Expansion Project.
Okay, so there's just...
Why don't you provide it to Mr. Wolfson to see if he has an objection first?
So there's two theaters here. One is the county theater, and so they gave an annual report. I will,
Let's take one at a time, okay? This document that you have, this colored brochure, it's entitled The County Theater Expansion Project, Help Secure Future. Is this the theater that you said was expanding and therefore larger theaters could be successfully used for this purpose?
That's correct.
That's the sole purpose of this document?
Right, and this is just their annual report from last year, just to give it a sense of... and the main thing to kind of take away from all of this and including the information on the surveys, just to get a sense of the number of people that actually frequent these types of theaters.
And I think it's very relevant to the whole question of, making reasonable efforts to try to assure that the building it can be feasibly used. I understand that Mr. Wilson believes that his client has done so. I did not see the evidence of that, but this just simply further resecures that there are community theaters.
Again, I object. And the ironic thing about this is it's a fundraising pamphlet, which doesn't demonstrate that they raised anything towards their $4.25 million budget. They're asking for money. This doesn't go to the...
I think the Preservation Commission is smart enough to see what...
I just put that on for the record in case somebody else is looking at this someday.
And I put that on the record for us.
What
you would know.
What the capital campaign demonstrates is that they have operated their theater for many years, and it is so successful that they are expanding. They are buying another historic building to help incorporate into it. In any case, you can either have the documents or not have the documents. I don't think it... different statement.
Look at these to see if they're in reference to the two theaters that you had referenced in your report.
Well, will you give us that to Mr. Hatch?
So, there's ample evidence that these community-focused nonprofit historic movie theaters have become primary ongoing community attractions, drawing thousands of people to their downtowns. So not only did it make sense from a standpoint of historic preservation and the responsiveness to the wishes of the community, it's definitely the right thing to do for the long-term economic health of the business district. Unfortunately, in this case, the developer has not made an effort to work with us to enter an agreement with the borough's support, the initial goal of the petition, nor to market the property to others who might be interested in capitalizing on our community's desire to maintain the local theater. Instead, they want to demolish the historic structure and build a 4-story apartment over retail complex that we think would hurt downtown Madison in several ways. The developers plan to offer a portion of the new building to theater operators. Those plans don't make sense. The room is simply too small and the ceiling is too low to attract a movie operator or the audiences that we think Madison's downtown deserves. We are also distressed that the renderings do not accurately reflect the massive size of the proposed building, including the bulkhead, and its relationship to downtown. It's the developer's responsibility to accurately depict the proposed building in context. The architect should be able to provide 3D fly-through animation with measurements that actually show what a pedestrian would see when they got off the train, walked down Lincoln Place, or Waverly, or Main Street. The site is simply too important for the Commission to render an informed decision about compatibility without that. In closing, Madison Theater has developed a plan for restoring and reopening the theater. We're just waiting for a willing seller, for the principal of Saxon Real Estate, Mr. Rinaldi, to have some compassion for the overwhelming wishes of our community, for the protection of our cultural heritage and our historic district. He could be the real hero here. Through the efforts of the architect, Jeff Gertler, input by Mr. Hatch and members of this HPC, he has a building that I'm sure will be welcome many places, but not in our historic district, and certainly not at 14 Lincoln Place.
I have questions.
Yes. I have some questions additional.
Yes, Ms. Wilson?
No, I think.
Oh, you're first?
Yes. Now, Ms. Kolakowski, prior to the presentation of the revised renderings showing the height of the proposed building in the context of the existing buildings, had you reviewed those documents and expressed some concerns regarding their accuracy?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and you saw tonight that this building here with the brick front and the white side on it, what is that building called?
You know what?
Could you please state what the building is?
I'll rephrase this. Is this a photograph that you have obtained?
Yes.
And is this a true and accurate photograph of Lincoln Place, including the corner of the theater, the post office, and this building? I'm not sure what this is called.
What is the floor-story building called?
The 4-story building.
The floor store.
It's 4 Lincoln Place.
It's just called 4 Lincoln Place? It doesn't have a name? Okay. 4 Lincoln Place.
And is this a true and accurate picture?
It's a photograph, and it looks the same if you walk down the street.
Okay, so I'd like to, you want to see this, Mr. Olson?
I'm sorry, did you say you took this picture?
I didn't take that picture. The picture was sent to me
By who?
by another person.
She can identify it as a true and accurate depiction of what exists. And it has
I
no-
agree that the strict rules of evidence do not apply here, but this is so far out of bounds in terms of she didn't take the picture, she doesn't know when the picture was taken, she can't identify who took the picture, that there's no basis.
Can you please show me a photograph that you have on your slideshow of the fair and true and accurate depiction of the street location?
I'd like to show something else that would be more helpful, I think.
Well, this isn't time for them to show pictures. This is,
Process instead of an issue with someone else.
if she can identify the photograph, Mr. Testa, as true and accurate, and that's what she did. It's a true and, she can identify it as such.
Problem is it wasn't taken by her, and we don't have any.
You don't have to take the photograph to identify it as true and accurate.
There is a photograph that I believe is
We had a photograph shown earlier, Mr. Testa, in which the building automatically shrunk. And the only purpose of this photograph is to show that the building was not shrunk far enough down. That's all. I think you should have accurate pictures here. You should have accurate renderings, and not something that misleads you and misleads the public into rendering a decision. And that's all. We don't have to, somebody should be doing this for you. Your architect asked this to be done several times, and instead we got windows redesigned. So,
That's not what happened tonight. We did exactly as we were requested in the March 21 letter from Mr. Testa.
I'd like to see She can identify this, and I think that the commission members here probably would look at this photograph and say, it looks pretty accurate to me. Nobody altered it. It's just a photograph, okay?
Why don't you testify to what the photograph depicts rather than using the photograph as evidence itself?
Excuse me, what was that?
So what I will tell you is that if you, first of all, the rendering, as you know, Jeff, it has some problems with the deep sidewalk, etc. But if you really stand there, that building for Lincoln Place would actually be lower visually. And so it's not quite shrunk, I don't think, quite enough. The other thing I will tell you about the other rendering that you've shown is that if you go to try and take a photograph of the other rendering, the one facing this way, you know which one, maybe you want to put that one up for us? Could you put that one up? No, the one where you're just looking at a front shot, like the front shot. No, the rendering image that you've shown of the front.
This is what we were showing tonight.
Yeah, no, it's probably from a previous one.
Let's stick with tonight.
Do you think at some point I could address this?
The main thing, I guess, what I would ask, all right, we all live here. What I would ask is this site is very important, and the new building is going to be very, very large. And I think the public has a right to know what impact that's going to have on the ambiance of the historic district, including images of the bulkhead. And it's been suggested to me that when these issues come up, architects often provide 3D fly-through animation. Is this something that can be done with measurements that would actually show a pedestrian what they would see? Because the skylines are very important to us. You've heard testimony or comments from people before. You can stand at the Pitcher's Mound of Dodge Field and see the cupola of Hartley Dodge. This is what our historic district means to us, and I think it's very important. Because if you win, you're going to lose if people don't really know what this is.
Mr. Donato, any more questions?
Yes, I have another question. So, Ms. Kolakowski, if you walk out of the existing train station, and you are on the top of the stairs, and you are looking out toward the theater, what do you see?
So you, right when you come down the stairs, you see the archway of the train station, and within that archway, you see a movie theater, like a little diamond just sitting there in that space.
And based on the information that has been presented regarding the size of this proposed building, what will you see if this building is approved at the size and in the shape and mass that it is being proposed?
I'm concerned that it'll have a canyon effect. You will not see the sky. You will come out and you will just have building in front of you.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Wolfson?
Yes, first, I'm constrained to take exception to the statement that was made by this witness about something allegedly that Woody Kirkslager did, and that was to place a single call to me, ostensibly to start a discussion about a concrete plan to purchase this. First of all, I never received a call from Mr. Kirkslager, and I would have returned it. Second of all, I've known it.
And I appreciate that. That's testimony. Let's talk about it at the end of the hearing. Do you have questions specific of the witness at this point in time?
I didn't hear what Mr. Wolfson said. You've never received what, Mr. Wolfson? I'm so sorry.
Mr. Nato, I'm specifically redirecting Mr. Wolfson to ask questions of the witness at this point in time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Testa.
So you heard the testimony since you've been here that the property was actively marketed for over a year prior to the purchase by Saxon?
I did hear that. But I don't understand. I mean, you said that it was actively marketed. What does that mean?
Actively marketed means exposed to the market, placed in typical marketing efforts, publicized in the press. Okay. So do you have does your organization have a concrete plan to raise the millions of dollars that would be needed to both purchase and renovate this building?
I object to the question. There's nothing in the record that there's millions of dollars. In fact, the applicant has declined from actually giving an estimate of what it would take to rehabilitate this building for a theater.
Have you raised any money towards the attempt? You state you have an interest in purchasing and renovating the building. Have you raised money towards that?
The board itself has pledged a certain amount of money, but no, we have not gone out for public fundraising, and there's a very specific reason why we haven't.
And have you had discussions with the borough about any interest they might have in participating in a purchase and or renovation of this building?
As I mentioned at the beginning of my testimony, the borough is not able to talk to us about this because they've been cautioned by the borough attorney that they shouldn't enter into discussions with us so that they don't show prejudice toward your application.
Okay, and is your organization currently operating a theater?
No, we're not.
Thank you.
Okay, questions from the HPC of Kolakowski? May I ask a question, Sandy?
Of course.
Okay. The 2,000 signatures, right? I heard you say 1,000 and then maybe you've increased 2,000. Can you give an estimate? How many of those would be residents of Madison?
From the very beginning, I think the vast majority were, because over 500 were done by hand in the town of Madison. We didn't go door to door or anything. We left some petitions in various places and people just signed them.
Okay. And so the borough won't talk to you about it sounds to me like you went to them with a proposal and said, wouldn't it be great to have a theater in town, and would the borough support, partner, whatever language you used, and you're saying that discussion was stopped pretty quickly in the process.
Yeah, but
understanding that?
Right, that's correct.
Okay. Nonprofit theaters are the ones that you're talking about that have been successful. In the example, if I'm gathering your county theater and maybe some of the others from the evidence that we're not really seeing is talked about nonprofit theaters.
I think that that's right. That's the model that we looked at. However, I just would like to remind everybody that the North American box office was the largest that it's ever been. And that's a lot more than just nonprofit theaters. The largest that it's ever been last year, the North American box office for movies.
Okay, and then by that you mean gross receipts paid at box office for first-run movies, for other movies, okay? Mm-hmm. Are there other movie theaters nearby?
Yeah, there's the Broward Cinema over in Chatham, and then, of course, I guess the multiplexes on the highway in Morristown.
Has your group talked to any of them, any of those operators, about perhaps relocating or franchising or branching out and coming to Madison?
No.
Okay. Have you had discussion with, I believe the Mayo Theater is a nonprofit theater in Morristown? I know that's a multi-use kind of theater. Have you talked with other nonprofit theaters in the in nearby communities about their work and their success, and could they offer any guidance or cautionary tales about being in Madison?
Right. I mean, most nonprofits are actually, even though they're short on time, like all of us are very willing to talk to us about that. But there really isn't a movie theater in this area. Both Mayo is focused on performing arts, and the other theater that would be the Netcong Theater, the Palace Theater, but they have a little bit of a different configuration now. And of course, it costs millions of dollars to redo the Mayo Theater to make it a big performing arts center. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And the overwhelming response from the public was bring the movies back. So we're trying to be responsive to that. And it's also what Mr. Hatchett said is probably the easiest application for using the building again would be movies, as did, I forgot his name, but the gentleman from Thornton Tomasetti, the structural engineer, who also said he actually made a whole section in his report 4.0 about what it would take to use the building again.
Right. Okay, thank you. Yes, Dave.
Sandy,
Yep.
you mentioned a plan in your testimony.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe that plan? What is its intention? What is the status of it? Can you outline the contents of it?
I mean, I can give you some basics, Dave. The thing that would probably make the most sense with the theater is the two top, the stadiums would probably be the ones that you would want to get going first. Obviously, you'd bring in a structural engineer that could actually get to the inside of the building, and you bring historic preservation architect in to start doing a long-range plan. But most of that money could, we're hoping we would be able to get through various grants. But you could start the upstairs theaters running again. One of the things that has been entered into testimony countless times is, I think it's 14 people per screening or something. Do you guys recall that? And why Bowtie may have left? That the average number of people per screen was 14 people?
I recall 12, but yes, some small number was cited.
What's really interesting about that number is if you multiply that number out, you will realize that Bowtie sold probably about 60,000 tickets last year in Madison. So our projections are based very similar on what the attendance already was in the Madison Movie Theater. We would have probably a much more streamlined way of running it. We would initially run it probably 4 days a week, unless somebody wanted to rent it for other uses. and focus on the top 2 theaters, and then do what we have always intended, which is let's look at what other uses the downstairs could be, and could we bring that back together? Could we show people maybe what more of the historic grandeur that movie theater once was? I don't know if any of you saw it when we were younger and it was a single screen, but it was by no means, it wasn't elaborate, but it was attractive. I don't know if that answered your question, Dave. I mean, basically, to do the nonprofit, we're obviously, waiting for a determination letter from the IRS, but we had to provide, what we've spent in the past and do a 3-year projection, and we have done that.
Is the intention to buy the theater?
Yes. Is there anything else?
I understand that you...
I didn't think anybody was going to give it to us, but it's a thought.
Sandy, I understand that you had been in contact with a nonprofit, a group from out of state.
Yeah, that's right. Just so that you know, throughout the year we held a lot of outreach events, etc. And the Elliots who run the Penn Theater were kind enough to come out, and they actually did a workshop or they did their storyline on how they saved their theater, and we held it at Romanelli's, and I guess about maybe 40 people came. It was very informative.
What did you learn from that?
What did we learn from it? Their model would be probably a little bit different because they have a single screen. A single screen theater is actually the hardest thing to run. The advantage of a multi-screen is, of course, you could still do first-run movies if you wanted to. Because the way that movies work, if you get a first run, you have to keep it for about 3 weeks, and if attendance drops off. One of the other theaters that, the beauty of these theaters also is they can have multiple purposes. They can be training grounds for people that have a harder time finding employment. For the Borough of Madison, it could be a resiliency center. It does hold 680 people, and we know that if it goes, we'll never get another facility that could hold that many people.
So your intention would be to keep 3 theaters in there now?
Well, there's 4 in there now, and people do kind of complain about the ones on the ground floor, so we'd like to see about opening them up. And making that like one and uncovering the stage. The stage still is in the building, is my understanding.
Okay. Sandy, when you talk about theaters upstairs, I'm not sure. I thought all the theaters were down the row.
So you go down the row, but what I'm thinking of is when it was a single screen theater, it had an orchestra and then it had a balcony, but in this case the balcony was stadium seats. Those stadium seats, the ones that you just walk up like you would at a football stadium, that type of thing, those are the ones, I call that the upstairs. It's not the upstairs, it's the ones you walk upstairs to see the film.
Okay. Do you have an estimate about how much it would cost to buy and fix this building? I
have a rough order of magnitude estimate based on Mr. Tomasetti's report, because he clearly had he laid that out pretty easily in a manner that we could do that. I would say that it's probably higher than what we might need to do if we brought in a historic preservation engineer to kind of talk about some of the things.
And what's your estimate?
In a dollar amount, it's under $1 million for the repairs of that building. And it could probably be significantly less, and of course it could be staged.
And the purchase of it?
The purchase of it is up to the seller, I guess.
Mm-hmm. And your plans for raising that money?
To raise that kind of money usually costs money. I think you guys, anybody that's been involved in fundraising knows that. And, frankly, we've done everything we can to make sure that we feel the public has been kept well informed about this. But the one thing I am not willing to do is to put my board or the public through a fundraising exercise if I don't have a willing seller. If we could enter some kind of memorandum of understanding, I know that we could raise the money. That's not the issue. The issue is the willing seller.
Can I go back to one question?
Sure.
You asserted and have said at several meetings, the portion of the building that's being offered as a potential theater site within the proposed new building is not big enough.
That's correct.
How do you know that?
Because the ceiling height is only 14 feet. A movie theater ceiling should be at least 20 feet.
And how do you know that?
Because successful movie operators have explained to me how to show cinematically a movie properly.
Okay.
If you go over to the Roberts Cinema, I think that the screen is about 18 feet tall. Did you measure it, Jeff?
Yes, it's 10 feet.
The movie theater screen?
Let's.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Some order.
So, with this information, is it possible for, if this project were to happen, does the expertise that your group has acquired in understanding movie theaters help create a space that is useful in a new building?
Sure. On our advisory board is Ellen Elliott, who is the successful movie theater operator from Michigan. So she's on our advisory board. We have other members of our advisory board. My background is in facilities management. I've managed well over 100,000 square feet of office space and have built it out and worked with engineers and architects. We have someone from planning. We have people who understand the internet and work on that. We have people from historic preservation. I could give you the brochure that we hand out. I think you've gotten it before, but it has our members and kind of what our backgrounds are.
I've seen it before. I'm just really trying to get to this issue of if you have, as they say, if you have specific information about a good way to operate a movie theater, and we have a building being proposed that has space in it potentially for a movie theater, I'm just hoping there could be more conversation to get to a good point.
Yeah, I understand.
No need to respond to that, but
I understand what you're saying, but unfortunately the numbers just won't work. It's not big enough.
okay, so you're clear on that. All right, thank you, Sandy. Other questions from?
Yes, Sandy?
Sure.
Did you say that you are, do you have your 501c3 or are you awaiting?
We're a nonprofit corporation in the state of New Jersey, but the federal government, as you know, the IRS, will take a while, and we're expecting that when it gets here.
Have submitted an application?
Yes, yes, fully submitted application.
You suggested that it would be easy to raise the money. Do you have any indication of commitments from people who would contribute? Obviously, you can't accept contributions at this point, and that's, you require the people will expect that it be a 501c3. Do you have commitments, assuming that you have a willing seller, or that you receive your IRS designation? Do you have commitments for people who will contribute and some sense of how much that would be?
As I mentioned to you, there's the commitment that the board has made. I've talked to other people who have been kind of on the sidelines. I can't tell you for sure, Dave. I mean, you would typically, to raise that money and to raise it rapidly enough so that the seller wasn't inconvenienced, you would hire a professional fundraiser.
Sandy, what about the commitment you said you have commitments from the board members?
Say that again?
You said you have commitments from your board.
Yes.
And how much is that?
$125,000.
Okay.
Would those funds then be available for you to hire a full-time fundraising manager?
Well, so far we've stepped up to every other challenge we had, so I'm pretty sure we'll get some money together to hire the full-time fundraiser.
Any other questions for Sandy?
Yeah. Okay. No, thank you. Okay.
I may just ask her a few more questions. So Ms. Kolakowski, your organization kind of came into play in response to this application and in an effort to save the theater. So you really haven't had the opportunity to develop a full-fledged plan because you haven't had a willing seller, as you said.
Well, I think that the plan is well developed, but you can't fundraise for something that's not for sale. You just can't. It costs money to do that, and it just wouldn't be fair to this community. I think they've been put through enough already.
And you wouldn't be here urging this commission to consider saving the theater if you didn't think that the people who have already supported your cause wouldn't step to the plate when the time came.
Yeah, that's right. And I wouldn't be doing it if I didn't think it was in the long-term interest of the downtown. I mean, I'm sorry that Mr. Wolfson didn't like the survey. It was the first thing we did. But I mean, the annual reports, I think, really show it. I mean, they show you attendance. I mean, that's what you want for vibrancy downtown. You want 50, 60,000 people to buy tickets and spend their money, getting something at a restaurant or stopping in a shop.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Questions from the public as to the experts that were submitted? Same rules apply as they did last time. When you come up, please state your name, keep your question under 3 minutes, your address as well. And then...
Give them a sign-in sheet again?
Yeah. Comments are going to be at the end. This is just question time.
Am I allowed to question? I am a member of the board as well. Madison.
No. So the questioning that you had asked was actually through your counsel. So
I'm not eligible to ask.
The agreement was that Ms. Donato would be asking the questions on behalf of the board.
Hi, how are you?
For the Save Madison Theater group.
Can you ask only Sandy?
No, who do you
Mr. Gertler. Can you ask Mr. Gertler if he's ever been in a movie theater?
The questioning for Mr. Gertler is already completed. Now, unless it's a duplicate question.
Oh, it's a public question through me to Mr. Gertler.
No,
yeah, but
it's closed.
We understood already.
He asked for,
Mr. Donato, but those questions for
your
him
experts.
should have been
my experts.
Yes, it's for the experts that were presented by Save Madison Theater. Mr. Gertler was already questioned at length during the last meeting from the public and during this meeting by Ms. Donato. So are there any questions of any of the experts presented by Save Madison Theater? Just, we have a sign-in sheet for you if you don't mind.
There's one right here.
Is there one there?
Yep, there's one here. Eric Range, Bellow Avenue in Madison. One of the experts, I think it was the preservationist, and I'm not going to try to butcher your name like the attorney here, indicated that they weren't aware that the building was currently being marketed for lease. A quick Google search found a listing on loopnet.com listing the existing building for lease dated February 2017 and updated earlier this month. So did you not catch that? That is a question. Did you not catch that? That's a question.
Can I have the mic? I did not catch that because it really wasn't something I was asked to do. My field is historic preservation. I was brought here tonight to talk about the two things that I mentioned. One is the significance of the building and how it affects whether or not the building should be demolished. And the second is really the design standards dealing with the new. Looking to see if the building had been marketed. That really wasn't something I was asked to do.
Or my preferred. That's the only reason.
I didn't comment on it. I was asked a question. And I answered the question that I didn't know and I'm answering your question that I didn't know because it wasn't my position to look into it.
Thank you.
Hi, Larry Wickman, 33 Walnut Street. And my question is for the preservationists as well. Hello. So I think there's a gray area with what the contributing building means just sitting in the audience here tonight. Some are saying it doesn't matter that it's listed as a contributing building, which is one of the classifications. There's 49 contributing buildings in our area in the historic district, a total of 49, and that's it. This takes out one of those contributing buildings. Contributing is a classification that is very important, but it seems like it's being tossed around as if it just doesn't matter for the qualification of the building to exist. Can you speak to that?
Yes, contributing does matter. As I said, under the state and federal system, in a historic district, any building that is contributing is considered significant. And that opens the door to protection, as much as the state and federal law allows, the protection and any incentives. And in fact, when you're considering a historic district, either as a professional preparer or somebody at the state end, you look at that balance of how many buildings in the district contribute or not contribute. And if you get too much of a mix in terms of non-contributing, you're not going to get your district approved. It's the contributing buildings that make up the historic district.
Okay. So contributing is a big deal?
Yes.
Okay. Also, two things that I'm glad you're here tonight because we weren't able to get these answered. We're in a historic building, one of the key contributing buildings, and on top of this building there's an octagonal cupola which is specified in our application, so the cupola on top of this building is very important. On the top of the post office also, which is a key contributing building, is a Tuscan cupola. So both of these are specified in our application to the government. The building that's being erected will eclipse the view of these from Main Street and also as far away as a quarter mile away on the pitcher's mound at Dodge Field. Can you speak to if that is something that should be considered, that this building impacts not just the ones next to it, but it impacts the entire historic district? Thank you.
In terms of the post office, I think Janet explained that quite well, or asked questions in terms of the visual effect of seeing the large elevator shaft, if you will, and its height compared to the adjacent cupola. So that's the most direct effect, is the structures near the historic building, or the building that's the new building if they were to be built. In terms of view shed, that's important. You know, I can't address whether or not what view sheds it would or would not block, but certainly view sheds within a historic district do matter.
Good evening, John Morris, Bedford Court in Madison. A couple questions for Sandy, please. Sandy, do you know if there is a film society in Madison or the Madison area?
You know, sorry about that, John, I don't. I know that there was a women's group that used to come down here on Wednesdays to see the movies, and I have spoken to them, yeah.
But that doesn't exist in any form anywhere, does it, at present?
Yeah, as far as I understand, they're going to other cinemas. I guess they're going to Millburn right now.
Well, maybe we can follow that up and see what it is. My main objective here is what the demand is. So the main question is, have you folks done a market study about what a potential demand would be for tickets in Madison and the surrounding area? I mean, I think that would be very important from a revenue standpoint. Before, conceptually, if you're getting to a point where you're spending millions of dollars, you have to know, number one, if there's going to be a demand, if there's going to be money in the cash box. Have you done anything like that?
I think that what we did was we tried to look at, other communities that have done similar things. The other thing we did was we took Bowtie's own numbers, the numbers that they say that they so very effectively are able to negotiate really great leases with. When they say 14 people like per screen, if you multiply that out, you find out that they sold more than 60,000 tickets here. They operate a theater, I think, in Connecticut, where they also say that it's like 12 or 14 people and they only have 2 screens. They sold 40,000 tickets there last year.
Harkening back to the applicant's original testimony, I think one of the very important financial data points was that the current lease went for $10 a square foot. That's a bargain rate, and even at that rate, they couldn't sustain their financial model. So my overall question, and a lot of other people have this question, is how are you going to get the money to sustain a theater business with insurance, taxes, all the rest?
Well, first of all, Bowtie's whole expense thing and the type of movies that they're showing first run. They have a very different deal with the studios. If we were to look at some other models, which include showing some second run movies, you actually retain much more of the box office. I mean, effectively, bringing 60,000 people downtown is kind of the thing that we were all talking about we want to do. We figured out a way to do that that's self-sustaining, that will not cost be a big fundraising model other than the fundraising to actually purchase the theater. The rest of it's self-sustaining. That's just the way the movies work. If you're able to attract people and bring people in, between that and concessions, we would not need to fundraise for operations, if that's your question.
The theater has been vacant for 2 years, almost to this weekend. And I don't think there's been any reports anywhere in the press of any theater operating coming forward. Do you know of any theater operator who's come forward? Anyone at a professional level who's come forward to try and rescue that building?
So first of all, there's no for lease sign on the building. Anytime you have a building like that, you need to put a for lease sign if you're serious about leasing it. Second of all, over the summer, we thought the building was for sale, and we came running down to Borough Hall. Woody and I came down here. So, basically, I guess I would ask Mr. Wolfson, or if there's some reason why this means something to you personally, to not have the movie theater, I think you should ask them whether they already have an agreement with another movie operator.
Okay.
I think we've addressed a lot of the issues on economics. The rules was limit the questions to 3 minutes.
Am I done?
Yeah. We're well past the 3 minute.
Oh, I just wanted to ask one follow-up question, if I can. Please, it's not your meeting.
How many? Excuse me? Thank you. How many other people want to ask questions of the applicants this evening? And if you do, would you please line up so that we can be prompt about this, and please be respectful of our 3 minute time. And maybe could I suggest to you, sir, that if you can get back in line, but cede the floor to another person to ask us a fresh question, and you can circulate back so we can get some other people up here, okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. All right, next. Quick, bedtime.
Short legs. Mary Jo Macucci DeFonso, 12 Washington Avenue in Summit, New Jersey. So now that I've said where I'm from, my family's originally from Madison, but we moved to Summit in 1966, I believe it was. So my question for the historian, actually, are you familiar with the Strand Theater in Summit? Okay. Well, just while I was sitting here before my phone died, I looked up cinematreasures.org, and on their website is the Strand Theater. The Strand Theater was demolished in the late 1980s for this very reason. And if you ever visit downtown Summit, I can tell you what's there right now. I'm sorry? Clothing stores, restaurants, that's what we have, because nobody in Summit took the time to fight for their movie theater and their historical building.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, let's
Questions?
Questions, yes, questions.
In the service of my country. I just want a clarification on something I heard tonight.
Would you identify yourself?
Bob Madera, 12 Wayne Boulevard. M as in Mike, A, D as in Delta, ARA. Okay. At one interchange, I heard Mr. Donato say, you have a variance for a 4-story building. And I heard Mr. Gertler confirm that. We do. Now, I was under the impression that that hadn't been done yet. Do they have the variance already or don't they?
They haven't been to the planning board. The planning board.
That's what I thought. But that was if you check the record.
I think.
So that was incorrect. Okay, that's all I wanted.
They would be seeking a variance if.
Well.
They would be seeking it, but they.
Yeah, if you check the record, that was the interchange.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I'm going to try this again.
Please do.
Andy Brackman, Green Hill Road, Madison.
He's the board member?
Well, I can ask, but my question will be directed at one of our witnesses. Is that all right?
But all your witnesses were put on by Save Madison Theater. These are your own witnesses.
That's true. All right. Then I'm
that's
like
true.
2 for me.
That's true. Why don't you step forward?
Hi, I'm Betty Blank. I've been a...
Sorry, what? Betty?
Here. I'm Betty Blank, a resident of Madison for 49 plus years. And I've seen a lot of things change in the town, but not visually. I have a PhD in engineering from University of California, Berkeley, and I'm also a visual artist now since I retired. But anyway, this is a question for the planning board. Have you seen...
So
this is
we are not the planning board, so
don't... Sorry, the Historic Commission. I live on Greenwood Avenue, 120...
Speak into the microphone, please.
On Greenwood Avenue, 125, and I have been surprised at the building. Okay, the Walmart drugstore...
Okay. Ask a question of one of our presenters this evening.
This is a question.
To whom?
It has to do to you guys.
Okay, so we're asking right now, as part of this meeting, public comments later on. We have time reserved for that. But right now, do you have a specific question for the 3 witnesses?
For the engineer, for the preservation consultant, or for Save Madison Theater? If you have a specific question for them and you're not on the board, make your question available right now.
Hi, Larry Wickman, 33 Walnut, and this question is for the engineer that testified tonight.
Thank you.
Mr. Killeen, this was also the first time we had an opportunity to address the McManus report and what was found therein. And listening to your in-depth review of it, it seems like, from your standpoint, there's a lot of more technical studies that could be done to the building, whereas the McManus report does sound like it was more of a general statements about typical issues. Can you say if there were any truly technical tests done or mentioned in the McManus report? Thank you.
Sure. From the report that I read, no, I did not see any physical testing being performed on any of the elements of the building.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening. Peter Hingham, 3 Ross Court here in Madison, about 20 years. I have 2 questions to this side of the room. One is...
Right now, we're asking questions specific to the experts and the witness for Save Madison Theater. do you have any questions for
For
them?
the preservation consultant, the structural engineer, or Save Madison Theater people? That's the question
All
we're
right.
entertaining right now.
Anybody with knowledge of movie theaters on this side then? Have you ever seen a movie theater that has a flat floor, no sloping seats? No. The new movie theater that's being planned is, we've heard already, low ceiling, small screen, 91 seats. But it's not apparently being planned for a sloping movie theater style space. So has anyone from the Historical Preservation Society, our Sandy, who's the up-and-coming expert here in movie theaters, have you ever heard of a movie theater that has a flat floor where everybody just sits in a row like we do here? So
I didn't hear anybody qualified as an expert in the area of movie theater design.
No, he's just asking a generalized question, I believe.
I'm not an expert, and my mind is not cluttered by a lot of technical detail. I'm just a movie goer.
Okay, thank you.
Anyway, it says to me that perhaps this retail space that was set aside was not meant for movie theater.
Anyone else have questions? Yes, question, sir?
Didn't Jeff Gertler offer some testimony?
Mr. Gertler testified at length at our last meeting, and I believe the meeting before as well. He was subjected to questions and comments from the public during those two meetings. The specific reason that he was here, was brought to be recalled today, was because of an agreement that was reached between the Council for Save Madison Theater and the applicant's attorney, which they agreed to would be questions as to Ms. Donato only as to Mr. Gertler today.
Tom Howard Pudis, 27 Pomeroy Road, 28-year resident in Madison, avid movie theater attendee. So, what's that, Joe? Joe, you got to come up here because you have so much to say tonight, Joe. You got to share it with us, please. We're going to save you some time. All right. I'm using my 3 minutes. I'm using my 3 minutes, Janet.
Keep moving.
Everybody wants to get involved, though, which is great. So, no disrespect meant towards the people who want to save the theater. I can appreciate your passion, but did any of you talk to the movie theater operator who was there previously, Sandy? Bow tie. Simple question. Yes or no? What's that, Joe?
No, I really haven't spoken to Bowtie.
Okay. So you know that I did speak to Bowtie multiple times.
He did speak to Bowtie.
I can't get it. Can I get next to the microphone?
Yeah,
I spoke to Bowtie Theater multiple times, Bowtie Cinemas multiple times to see if they would stay in the building. So do you know what their actual revenue was the last year of their operation?
No, do you know?
I do know. So they collected $820,000 in revenue, and that was not enough for them to make a profit. This is a big multinational.
That would be enough for us to make a profit, I can assure you.
You're going to run, okay, so your proposal.
Question time, this is not to engage in arguments. So
No,
everyone.
And I'm not questioning whether or not the old theater or anything. I'm just saying, viably, if the borough is going to let them take a chance to put the theater back on Lincoln Place, we should know if it will succeed or fail. Because if it fails, we'll continue to look at the block the same way that it looks right now. So it's a big chance to take. Excuse me?
It doesn't bother me.
It doesn't bother any of you, I guess, but I care about the borough too. And everybody has an opinion. Everybody has an opinion. Everybody, my question, Sandy, my question.
It's really only fair.
Can we?
I did the last time, and you told me to stop making a presentation about myself. Do you remember that? Oh my gosh. The semantics here are really getting old, let me tell you.
What's that?
Okay, the semantics are getting really old. We're all here because we're concerned about the borough. I said, no disrespect to you.
Question period right now. Do you have any questions?
Tom, let's get to it.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. So you don't have a business plan about how you would make money if you had second-run movies, and if you got 60,000 people to attend with a certain amount of money, Has anybody seen a business plan from you?
You know, we do have a business plan, which is what we've developed. But I don't know who I'm supposed to share it with. Am I supposed to share it with you, Tom? Because you're not going to help us buy the theater, are you?
How do you know?
I don't know.
Let's not engage in argument here, everyone.
Okay. I told them multiple times that we have a business plan.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I think that there are people here with varying financial interests, and I don't think this is appropriate for the commission to get involved in, various differences of opinion about what's success or not. It's a very beginning.
We understand, Ms. Donato, and we appreciate that. Thank you. Are there any other questions now? Questions, not comments, questions right now for the experts presented by Save Madison Theater?
Yes. So can I say something to the attorney?
No.
Oh, just to the board?
Not if you have a question.
Oh, it's a question.
One of the experts.
Oh, it's a question.
Specific to what?
Specific question.
Last question you can ask.
Okay. So you debated the design that Mr. Gertler put up there as being a larger mass than what it is now. Why is that a problem?
I'm not subject to questioning. I'm not a witness, but I can only say that I think you should read the historic preservation ordinance that's in effect in this community, and size and mass, as pointed out by Mr. Hatch and by several members of the commission, is what they're here to decide when looking at new construction. That's what their job is.
Is one of the criteria that is required by the ordinance.
Deep breath. Okay. Are we ready to wrap up the questions portion of the meeting? But wait, there's more. But are we ready?
Is it to this application?
To this application, to these witnesses. Okay. Then let us close that public questioning of the witnesses for tonight. And I thank you all for your time and energy helping us. The next step is public comment, right?
Correct.
Now, public comment.
As to this specific application.
Yeah, absolutely. Entirely.
This time I'm going to put my timer on for 3 minutes.
Okay, great.
And I'm going to tell you at midnight, we're disappearing.
Me too.
This is not going on for another hour.
I hope that wasn't my 3
quick.
minutes. Okay, Betty Blank again, 125 Greenwood, lived here for almost 50 years. Has the commission seen the new building on Greenwood Avenue right adjacent to the Walmart drugstore? And they're talking about mass. You should look at that. And that, I assume, is not in a historic building, but it is an obscenity. It is only 3 stories high, but it looks larger. It has an enormous mass. It has almost no sidewalks. And from the picture that you showed, it looks like there's much less sidewalk than the rest of it. And when someone looks down that street, it's going to look enormous and the most major building on that street. Not a small building. It's massive, and it will change the whole character of the historic district and certainly of Keep Street. So I want the Historic Commission to look at the one on Greenwood Avenue and see how that has changed the initial area. The Walmart is perfectly, it was replaced a gas station, and it is an improvement. They have a wide sidewalk with benches and landscaping. But, I mean, it's a shame that it changes the look of Greenwood Avenue. But this is a small street with an enormous building. Mass also refers to volume. Mass times distance times height. And that has an enormous mass times distance times height, and it's visually enormous. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric Range, Bellow Avenue, Madison. Since 2015, I've served and volunteered for the Madison Downtown Development Commission. I've previously served as chairman and currently serve as vice chairman and commissioner of the Sign and Facade Subcommittee. So exchange a lot of emails with Janet Foster here. And coincidentally enough, I was appointed by Woody Kirkeslager. To be clear, not everyone in Madison is opposed to this redevelopment project. At a commission meeting earlier this year, the DDC voted to endorse the plan for the development at the site at 14 Lincoln Place. We asked that the HPC not impose undue limitations on the Saxon Group and allow them to remove the current structure as they look to invest millions of dollars in our downtown while executing a project in line with the findings of the urbanomics study conducted in 2016. If you are unfamiliar with the study, it was a market analysis completed in response to the closure of Blue Ridge Mountain Sports and the rumors that Bowtie Cinemas was imminently closing at the end of 2015. Bowtie ultimately did not cease operation until 2017, but it did provide the catalyst for the study. There was genuine concern for the future of Madison's downtown. One of the largest takeaways of that market analysis was that in order to truly have a successful downtown, we must consider how to increase the residential population of our downtown. While recent developments at the former Green Village Road school site and along Greenwood Avenue have added some residential capacity, the study suggests we have only filled about half the capacity we should add through 2021. The site at 14 Lincoln Place is an ideal candidate for such redevelopment. Its location across from the Madison train station means that commuters would have easy access to mass transit while needing not to park in our already overcrowded commuter parking lots. When residents return home, they can take advantage of shopping, dining, and fitness options, all available in downtown without requiring the use of street parking. Obviously, the historic nature of Madison's downtown is part of the charm, and the DDC is not abandoning its commitment to the historic fabric of our downtown. If 14 Lincoln Place was a well-maintained, key building in the historic district, such as the James Building, Museum, Madison Train Station, Hartley Dodge, and other icons, our support for removing the building may be different. The reality is, however, that 14 Lincoln Place is not a key building in the historic district, and therefore we believe this poorly maintained and potentially dangerous building is ripe for selection for redevelopment. It is our hope that we can take a more contemporary structure that pays homage to the historical buildings that I mentioned and embrace it as a new icon for Madison built in the 21st century as one of our key gateways. Remember, Madison has always been a town on the move. We no longer have a small house with a blacksmith or a wheelwright in the center of our town. We elevated the train line to build our iconic station. Let us now embrace creating a new icon that we can all be proud of.
Stop. That's it.
Next.
You know what? I would stop. Okay. My tech guy. I appreciate the passion. I appreciate that we're tired, but please keep your comments to yourself. This cannot be a theatrical performance, so just zip it while other people are commenting. Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is David Hanna. I live at 87 Central Avenue. I'm a member of Save Madison Theater's board. I had a comment regarding the proposed theater in the new building. As I recall, at the March meeting, Wayne Hofstetter, I believe Hostetler, the structural engineer who was hired by Saxon to give their analysis, was twice asked during the questioning period that if a theater by definition had to have a sloped floor. And you can go to the video and this can be verified. Twice he was asked that, and twice he said that yes, a theater by definition needed to have a sloped floor. And this speaks to what Ms. Foster had mentioned about possibly having some sort of collaborative effort between the Save Madison Theater group and the information it's acquired and the developer, and coming up with something that would be some sort of a compromise solution. But I think that we should keep that in mind, that again, the theater by definition needs a sloped floor, and if that would be feasible, because if it's not, then I don't know if that's a way that we could move forward. And again, I would refer to the video of the March meeting where Mr. Hostetler was twice asked that question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Michael Avagliano. It's Avagliano. My address is 27 Judson Street in Edison, New Jersey. I'm a professor at Drew University. And I just wanted to offer two quick comments about the viability of a nonprofit model for a theater, number one, and to say that my chamber ensemble, the Madison String Quartet, which actually was formed here in Madison, performed just recently at the Dietrich Theater in Tunkhannock, Pennsylvania, which is running on the exact nonprofit model that would work for a theater of this size here in Madison as well. The performance took place at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was a performance by a string quartet for 225 people. And 2 hours later, on that same stage, the screen was rolled down and The Avengers was playing. It's a multi-use theater that works quite successfully, and that is the kind of model that can work very, very well for a small-town theater just like the one here in Madison. And to augment the comments of the gentleman previously about the dimensions of the room that was proposed by the architect for showing movies, if you would be interested in watching a movie in this room right here with that screen sitting right in front of you and sitting in that back row, that's not a far cry from what that room is proposing. On the Drew University campus in the Anger Center, there's a room called The Space that is basically the size and shape of the proposed space from Mr. Gertler's plans, and the students get to see movies in that space sometime. It is a room just like this one, a multi-purpose room, to be perfectly honest. As an educator, I know that term very, very well. And the fact of the matter is that if the space exists on the Drew campus, there's no incentive for Drew students to come to downtown Madison to walk down into the downtown area to see a movie in the exact same type of space. It would work much better with an actual theater with a sloped floor. So I just wanted to offer those two comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Good evening. My name's Rob Catalanella. I live at 272 Woodland Road in Madison, New Jersey. It's spelled just like it sounds, with a syllable break after every vowel. Cat's like a Japanese Catalanello. I have absolutely no connection with these people. In fact, when they came to ask, when Steven Stocker asked me last year to support what Sandy was doing, I refused. I'm a big believer in private property rights. However, having said that, as this whole debate has moved on, I was struck by what seemed to be the lack of candor on behalf of the group that wants to raise the theater. And further, study, and when I watched the meetings and everything, and I realized they really weren't presenting the facts, just kind of what it is they wanted you to see, I took a big interest in it. So I did review the business plan. So I've actually seen the business plan that the group is proposing. My qualifications are: I'm an electrical engineer with math minor. I have my MBA in finance and statistics from Wharton. I've been in financial services for 25 years. I currently serve as the CEO of a international broker-dealer, and I'm headed down to Wharton tomorrow morning to talk to them about potentially doing some sort of adjunct professorship in this area. I understand finance. I believe, given the lack of candor on behalf of the purchasers and the relative strength of the business plan that I have viewed, and there's work to be done on it, that you must not allow this to happen until you review in detail what they have to say, because I believe they have a plan that can work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Tony Mazzocca, 255 Main Street, apartment E1. I grew up in this town. I've spoken about this before at previous meetings. I'm at the post office almost every day, there's one handicap space that's in between the post office and the current theater building. I have not heard anything mentioned regarding this space and the safety involved. I would like to ask people if they've ever tried to park in that space. I know it's handicap. It's very difficult when you have to back out of that space, especially at 5 or 6 o'clock when everybody's coming off the train. There's a lot of cars on the street. It's extremely difficult to sight down east, down Lincoln Place, because you have to roll back first to get past the edge of the building, the theater building. I do not want to see this building get any bigger, all right? Because it's much more, it's just impossible. They allow 3 parking spaces now in front of the building. It made it worse for backing out, especially with SUVs that are parked there or trucks. It's extremely difficult. And on the left-hand side, on the western side, the garden that's in front of the post office, there's one bush, and I hate it, and I want to take my clippers to it, and I've talked to the post office about this a number of times. It's a big bush that grows up. I've had pictures of this I took. It's a reed bush. It's the last bush on the corner, and it blocks the vision down the sidewalk on the western side, on the post office side. And I've almost hit people backing out, and I'm extremely careful backing out. And it's just a real problem, and I haven't seen anything being addressed about this. And I heard that there were plans to open up that side of the building as a walkway or what's the word for it? I want to use where people gather and sit and seats and stuff like that. And I can't see. There's not enough space. How much space is there from the edge of the building to the property line? I don't believe it's more than 10 feet. Just in my estimation, looking at it. And because there's a dumpster there, and that's about, 8 to 10 feet wide, and that takes up that entire space. I can't see that would be safe to allow people to be milling about there with a handicapped parking space, unless there's plans with the post office to relocate that parking space. Actually, I'd like to see it relocated to the street, because it's easier to pull in and out of the space than to try to back out of that space. Just try it sometime, and you'll see what I'm talking about. It's extremely difficult, and that's what my comments are about. Thank you. And I'm against losing our theater. Okay? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lori Reynolds from 29 Academy Road in Madison. We've established that the proposal is much too huge, way too big, entirely out of proportion to the train station, the Hartley Dodge, and it will obscure the post office. Each time I open a newspaper, I see another brick box planted on a downtown corner. Maplewood, Milburn, Montclair, Morristown, but not Madison. We need to think out of the box here. Madison downtown is a beautiful fabric of unique buildings added one at a time over 100 years, or many happened over 100 years. We all benefit by the sense of community, the small size and scale of downtown, the schools, the parades, the celebrations. Social connectedness, positivity in the environment adds to our brain health and our longevity. I'd like us to highlight the opportunity to do something good in Madison. It's the last arts and cultural building in the historic downtown area. What's the value of arts and culture? They also add to the enjoyment of our community. They add to meaning and purpose, doing things with the world around us, contributing to a sense of optimism. We encourage our kids to give back to individuals and to the community through the Scouts, the church, high school charity events. I encourage the HPC to deny demolition. I encourage the planning board to uphold the code of 3 stories. And I believe that all the smart people in this room can come up with an idea to benefit the entire community. As a movie theater does, offer the beautiful view from the 3rd floor to everyone. Come together with organizations to develop a meaningful solution for the next 100 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Carol Correa, 41 Mann Avenue, East Hanover. I grew up in this town. I have a vested interest in preserving much of the history of this town. And my son, who does not live in Madison, he lives with me in East Hanover, loves coming to Madison Center, partially because of the theater. And he can walk Madison and go visit shops and patronize all of the things that we have here. A few things that I just wanted to mention. It's a cautionary tale. Have any of you been to Cranford recently? Cranford is a wonderful little town. They tried to copy Madison lots of times with some of the things that they did in their downtown to maintain their quaintness. Recently, if you've gone down their two main parallel streets, their main streets, it's lined with 4-story condo buildings, concrete parking garages, and it really has changed the town image. It does not look anything like it used to. It's not charming as far as I'm concerned anymore. It's lost that. There was a question that Ms. Foster had raised of Mr. Hatch of setting a precedent. We don't want to be the people setting the precedent. In my line of work, you never even want a judge's adverse opinion against what you're fighting for. We don't want to be the ones, if somebody comes and buys a building at the other end of the historic district and says, well, 14 Lincoln Place was at one end, I'm at the other end, why can't I tear down my building? Or if somebody buys a vacant building or a slightly dilapidated building that the owners have allowed to deteriorate, we're going to set a precedent that I think we're going to go down a road that we're not going to be able to turn around, and then we will have lost our history and our historic district. So I want you to consider that when making your decision. I don't envy you. You really have a difficult row to hoe here, but please take that into mind when you are determining what you're going to present to the Board of Adjustment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy Wallace, 28 Maple Avenue. I agree with, I had made a comment another time about setting a precedent, so I kind of agree with that comment, totally. But I also, surprisingly, I was away a couple of weeks ago in Rhode Island and in a town called Westerly, and walking down the street, walking through their little charming town, all of a sudden I came upon a what was called the United Theater. Out of, it's not a theater anymore. They're renovating it. And the story was beautiful, what they were saying about, I talked to people on the street, I said, oh, you had a theater, and, I said, and they said, yes, we want to get people back into town. We felt it was important to have this cultural thing, and they actually got the building next to it also and are expanding it. That won't be the case here, but it's happening. It's happening all over. There's many, many stories like that. If we investigate it, we find probably, many stories. So I think that is important for our town. I've lived here all my life. I won't tell you how long that is, but it's been a long time. So I think it's important. I think you need to consider that. And I don't know if anybody has ever addressed the buildings behind the theater. What is happening? Has anybody come forward and said, those little apartments that are back there, what's going to happen to them? I mean, there's going to be two-way traffic now. So that's, that was something that I kept thinking, okay, has anybody talked to these people or talked to the owner? And I can see they're going to be knocked down, and there's going to be buildings put there, condos. So that whole block and that whole space, I can picture it now, because those buildings are not going to last forever back there. So that was one concern. But I also have to, I wanted to thank this committee, or this group, because and I want to say that I'm glad that we're going over this with a fine-tooth comb. We need to look at these buildings and not smoke and mirrors, and we think you can't visualize it. You cannot visualize it until it's there, and then it's too late. Once it's built, you see this massive building, and it doesn't look massive now. They're saying that they're not expanding it, they're not making it bigger, widening it, but it doesn't look that big because it sets back there's like this 2 stories, sets back, and then it goes up. So that's something to consider. It will look massive. And we've seen it happening all over town.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, Jim Malcolm, Maple Avenue. Continuing with Nancy's comment, people are still using mass and massive. What they really mean is volume. That's the measurable thing. The massive part is the thing where it looms over you and you walk to the other side of the street, like at Rose Hall. Since no one's been forthcoming with volume kinds of figures, I did some back-of-the-envelope calculations, and ignoring the basement, I estimate the existing theater is 100,000 cubic feet, and that this building will add another 40,000 cubic feet to it. I can be corrected by people who've designed it. So it is going to be a 40% larger building, and it will encroach further out onto the street than we've seen. Now, can you put up something like picture 16 or 17 or 15 for me? Please. Yeah, it's a. Now go give me the. Try 17. I'm looking for the rendering. That's that. Yeah, the other direction, I think maybe. That's that thing. My question that I was going to ask Jeff. Yeah, try 15. Yeah. Okay, there we go. 11. Is that a perspective picture? Is that a perspective rendering? Real perspective. Well, let me say what I wanted to say. If this is a perspective picture, and it's been said that this is not to scale, a perspective picture can be measured. You have the corner of the building, and that's where you would be at the beginning of your perspective, and it would disappear into the distance to a focal point, and the further along you go, things are shortened, but they're shortened by a mathematically known amount. So if this is a perspective picture, it doesn't look right to me. And if it's not a perspective picture, it's an artist's rendering, it's fiction. Finally, the objective of all this is for this committee to determine whether they will or will not recommend demolition. I don't see how you can possibly do that. I'm worried about the existing trends of demolition in the town. It's gone up considerably. The last 10 years have been a greater increase, tremendous increase over the previous years. You go down a street, many streets, and you see a building being torn down, generally a residence whose major sin is being small on a big lot.
Sorry, Jim.
A recommendation for demolition seems to me was only going to encourage that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Jo Micucci DeFonso, 12 Washington Avenue, Summit, New Jersey, MICUCCI, DeFonso, DE, capital FONZO. So, since everybody else has been talking about their connection to Madison, my father grew up here, my father's entire family grew up here. My grandmother first came to this country. Madison is where she settled. We lived on Lathrop Avenue. My family still owns the property at 7 and 9 Lathrop Avenue. So now I will talk to you as a landlord, which I am. I have to make sure that the town where I'm renting out properties is attractive to my tenants. I want them to have a place where they can raise their children, just like everybody else does. So it's not just I know it's about the money, I get that, but it's also an ethical issue. So this is what I want for the town where my grandmother first came to this country, and this is where she settled. So for people to continue to raise their children in a happy, healthy environment, and to be a close-knit community that Madison is.
Dorothy O'Brien, 38 Crestwood Drive, Madison. I'm a lifelong resident of Madison. I'm 55 years of age, so I have 55 years of experience being in and out of the theater, since the theater was a single theater to a a triplex to now a fourplex. The testimony from both architects kind of downplayed how historically relevant the theater is because of his changes made in its 100-year-plus history. But being a witness to that theater since the 70s, I would like to testify as a witness that there's a lot about this building that is to the core from when it was built. And it's not changed, and I think should be taken in consideration. Just going back from the inside, working my way back, the hallway, the original hallway between those two theaters, that has not changed. That did not change when it was from one theater to when it was 3 and then eventually 4. And the moldings inside of it. The manager's office, the custodian closets, the 2 lobbies. People are making such a big fuss that when the theater was first built, the building had actually a store where the large lobby is now, and now it's the large lobby. But that hasn't changed since since late 20s, early 30s. The outside structure of the theater has not, other than the window areas, have not changed. The box office comment was made by the, by the plaintiff's architect concerning that the box office is nothing more than plywood pieced together, and that it's not original. Maybe there's repairs to it, but that box office has not changed since I was a little girl back in the 70s. And comment has also been made that Lincoln Place is tired, is tired looking. I completely disagree with that. And as concerning the historical relevance of Lincoln Theater, I think first and foremost, obviously, the train station is the most historically relevant, followed then by the movie theater, and then followed by the post office. I find the downtown Lincoln area to be light and airy in a historic area. I think if people do agree that Lincoln Place is somehow tired looking, we should be talking to the other businesses in the area. Maybe instead of ripping down a historic building in its place, you could talk to businesses in the area and maybe just change some painting, just do little upgrades on the other businesses in Lincoln Place, not tear down this major historic building in the middle of Lincoln Place. Also, I have a big concern concerning, I know that when buildings in the downtown area are torn down, that the idea is to put storefronts down there. I personally don't see how that's going to help Madison. We have so
I'm
many
sorry,
open
let's wrap this up. That's your timer, 3 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well,
thank you for your
summary. I don't think adding new business storefronts are going to help other businesses in downtown Madison. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Larry Wickman, 33 Walnut Street. I just want to point out that Saxum on their online website lists 12 properties in their online portfolio. Almost all of them are praised for being in historic districts. And the one anomaly there is they preserved every single one of those buildings except for ours. Ours is the one building on their portfolio where the building will be raised and a whole new something else will go up in its place. So they get the benefits of being in a historic district while deteriorating at the same time. I really want to say thank you to Sandy and the Save the Madison Theater group for advancing this conversation and bringing in experts who focus their efforts to balance this conversation. Until tonight's drawings and the revisions to tonight's drawings, I didn't realize how drastically these pictures do not depict what we are getting. And that's a serious issue from the town standpoint, how developers can come in and give us pictures that we are relying on to be the truth, but they're really just artist interpretations. That's terrifying. And the fact that this group came forward and gave us the ammo that we needed, the people here to address these, thank goodness they're here. So the shocking thing is so little time was spent on the view from Main Street. I didn't see a rendering tonight or in any of the meetings that I attended as to what this will look like looming over the Nautilus Diner and also all the other buildings in the district. We've never given straight answers on a lot of the questions raised by the public. And a lot of it goes back to a 360 approach to this picture, which we know can be done, and hopefully it will be done to actual specifications. demolish a defining building in the historic district. B, decrease the footprint of the historic district. C, put up a massive 4-story building in the historic district that will loom over the town. How is this good for the town? So I know there's been a lot of information given to you, and I hope that you vote this down right across the board. The last thing I want to say is, despite if Sandy's group, Save Madison Theater, comes forward, gets a theater up and running, even if it succeeds or fails, guess what? This plan is still a viable one in the future. The building can always be taken down if it doesn't prove to be a feasible theater unto itself, and this is the defining point that we have before us. Thank you.
Rob Pratt, I'm at 25 Sherwood Avenue. I'm also a member of Save Madison Theatre organization. The very first item listed under the purpose and objectives of the town's Historic Preservation Code is to promote the use of historic district for the education, pleasure, and welfare of the citizens of the borough and its visitors, and to promote civic pride in the borough's historic resources. This isn't an objective that is just to preserve Madison's old buildings. It is a purpose to preserve Madison's history. History is culture and community. Madison is a time capsule of small-town America, a vibrant downtown centered around a train station. It is why commercials, TV shows, and movies have used our town as a backdrop and setting. The town's Americana is a significant draw to new young families moving into town, as the schools. It is the type of town they want their children to grow up in. It is the town of their childhood or their parents' childhood. And the local theater is 20th century Americana, a cultural and community space where neighbors and families were entertained. It was a night out, leaving the television box at home. Movie theaters were once a part of every town, but now many towns have lost their standalone local theaters. But the towns that have saved their theaters have kept their small town charm and have created vibrant community spaces, drawing people to the town to see a show and then stay in town to have a bite to eat. The movie theater becomes a space of civic pride. Once the theater is gone, this piece of history, this part of our community, will be lost forever, and there'll be no building like it remaining in Madison. And piece by piece, Madison loses more of its charm. Making Madison look like any other suburban town is not progress.
Thank you.
Hello again. I'm still Peter Hinge, 3 Ross Court. I looked up loopnet.com. You really should look at it. There's a very, very nice picture of the movie theater. You can barely see the sloped roof behind it. But it's interesting, it's marketed as a retail and office space, not as a movie theater. That goes to my thought that there's actually no intention on the developers to put in a movie theater. Even if you decide to become the Historic Demolition Commission instead of the Historic Preservation Commission and allow the raising of the movie theater, there will be a retail space and the movie theater will be gone. I really think you ought to consider that, and I thank you for doing it.
Thank you.
Good evening. Eric Dorfschneider, Dorfschneider. Just looking at LoopNet as well. Under the leasing, I see that Rose Hall, the new facility that was built where the school was, there's still 4,282 square feet of retail space available to rent. Do we need more?
Thank you. Okay, can we wrap this up soon? Because you know what? It's now 11:35. How many more people want to speak tonight? At 3 minutes each? If I get 10 of you, we're starting to triage it. Would you please stand up, and then so we know how to apportion this? I know everyone should get a chance to speak, but I got to tell you, at midnight, nobody's speaking anymore. So let's be respectful and shorten our comments. And if you're going to speak, please stand up and give the guy in front of you a poke in the ribs if he goes over 3 minutes. Yes?
Okay, Tony Mazzocca, 255 Main Street, apartment E1. I just want to say one thing I didn't get the chance to say before is I do remember the grandeur of that theater. I went to the theater when it was the wide open with the stage and the big screen. And there's just something, I know today everybody says, oh, we watch, we got their smartphones and everybody watches the movies, Netflix, and their smartphones. Think about it. One of the movies I saw, not in Madison, but at another theater, but it still resonates with me as a young kid all these years later, and I'm 68 years old, okay, and I've survived cancer twice, okay? The excitement of seeing a movie like Grand Prix, Cinerama on a huge screen, or sorry, I'm losing my train of thought because I'm trying to rush here, but seeing some of the other movies, the great movies, Ben-Hur as another one, How the West Was Won, that has stayed with me all my life because I saw it on a huge screen in a darkened theater and, with a lot of other people enjoying this. And I just don't see, there's no way you're going to get that same experience in that tiny room being proposed at the back of this building. I'm sorry, it's just not going to happen. People are going to go to Morristown, or they're going to go to East Hanover. They're not going to come here. I like your building. I think it's a nice building. Maybe it could be take over 4 Lincoln Place. That's a terrible-looking building. It doesn't have any significance to me, historical significance to me, but this building does. And I just wish you would all consider this in making your decision and doing it the right thing for this town. My brother was a part of the historic committee. My brother Joe was a borough attorney for many, many years. He served this town well, and I'm sure he'd be upset about this. He would like to work, he would work to try to find a solution, because I know my brother, he did that well, okay? And that's just what I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tom Harold Lamputis, 27 Pomeroy Road. Yes, ma'am. HARALAMPOUDIS. Thank you. Okay. So full disclosure, I am an investor now in this Saxum Group. I was not an investor. Before they bought the building, I was actually trying to buy the building myself to keep it as a theater. After researching what was involved in trying to make it a viable theater, I realized it probably would fail the way it was now. It would have been a huge expense with no long-term future from Bowtie or any cinema company. Nobody wanted to come to Madison, and I spoke to multiple cinema groups. In all due respect, I love history, and I love the history of Madison, and I know you all do too. I don't know when it's time for us to say we have to let go of something, and that things do change. And it pains me to say that too, but I have not seen a business plan. It's at the point now where I feel we have to move forward. And Jeff Gertler has had the best interests of the borough. So the way he's been talked to, I really don't appreciate, because I wouldn't talk to any of you that way. And he's our neighbor. He's been on the planning board for 12 years. Most of you know how much he's cared about the borough and how he's endeavored to help Central Business District zoning, preserve old houses when they're financially viable. If something was financially viable, that would be a different story. Right now, it doesn't seem like anybody has, even though Mr. Catanello said this probably is from what he's seen. I don't think any of you have seen it to give you a reason to even lean in that direction. So I just hope that you can make an educated decision now to see what we're going to do to make a difference in Lincoln Place. And a new building can change the downtown. It probably won't hurt the downtown. I don't see how nice retail spaces and more residential will be a detriment. We also will get some affordable housing that the borough desperately needs. So there's a lot of good aspects. And this is personal opinion. There's a lot of residents in the borough that do like the way this looks. Is it bigger than what's there now? Yes, but there's other buildings in town that are bigger. There's also 4-story buildings in the Central Business District. I happen to own one of them, Chris. There's nothing wrong with that. It's the way you look at it, the way you build it, the way it's designed, and you know that. So hopefully, you guys will find the right solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the public?
And let us close the public portion of this meeting, which takes us to a motion to adjourn, I think.
Motion to adjourn?
Before that?
Yes.
So at the beginning of the meeting, there was a proposal for a process in terms of the hearing now closed, and that involved submission of legal arguments and
Written submissions and closing arguments, yes. We discussed this actually during our telephone conference as well on that.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Mr. Testa.
Written submissions on closing arguments by the attorneys for the objector and the applicant.
we discussed it on our original call.
Correct.
The objector's attorney objected to submitting a closing in advance, and I said at the beginning, when you first laid out the proposal, that I would have to talk to my client about getting a further extension, the fourth or fifth now, in the time this group has to make a decision. I have two questions, and then I'd like 2 minutes to talk to them, and then we'll come back and we'll be done with our part. So first of all, my memory is that you proposed to come back on June 11th and render a decision?
June 11th to make for deliberations and a decision by the commission after the application. Correct.
Okay, so is everybody here tonight available on June 11th?
That is our next regularly scheduled meeting.
Is everybody here available on the 11th? Will everybody be here?
No?
If I can find someone, it's my event.
So alternate number 2, is everybody else available? Okay, and for those that will be here on the 11th, have you all been present for all of the meetings? Or have you, or will you?
They have been present for the most part. I believe that there were some times that timeframes that they weren't here for the entire hearing, but they're also videotape recording.
Right.
And there's been transcription.
Right, and I just want to confirm that everyone that's going to be here and intends to vote will have either listened to or watched or read the transcript, so they're fully up to
And
speed.
I can speak for the entire commission by saying, yes, they absolutely will.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Now I need 1 minute. We appreciate the process. Can I see whether the objector's attorney plans to make the written submission by the 3rd?
That's an entirely reasonable inquiry. Ms. Donato, will you be available to make that written submission by the 3rd? That's a full week from... Yes, sir.
I will do so.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we will as well, and we'll be back on the 11th, and we grant an extension through the 11th for you to take action on this. Thank you.
We appreciate you.
Thank you very much for everyone. Good night.
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, right.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, sorry.
Seconded.
Oh, yeah.
Seconded. Okay.
All right, all approved, go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm in Riverville tomorrow night.
This is just limited purpose of information.
Probably.